this later. Friends with Val Ada. And then, so he's kind of like, he was going to run for governor or for Senate, and then just decided not to. But he's been trying to run for office for like 30 years. He was like involved with the Cleveland Whitewater. He was like on the Kenneth Starr Whitewater team.
Oh my God! I just saw
Christina's guy though.
I just saw an email from Ken Starr to Jeffrey Epstein saying, "I'm thinking about you." Like the gayest, most weirdest email you've ever heard.
I honestly think that the Ken Starr guys and Richard Porter are in some weird section. Are we recording right now?
I think Ken Starr is dead, by the way. I'm starting up my live stream right now, yeah.
No. Are we right now or that?
Now we are, yeah.
Okay, I'm not going to say what I was going to say. And we can talk about this in person later. But I have my suspicions.
Nobody watches this, by the way. You don't have to worry about somebody going back and looking at my YouTube. Nobody cares.
I think the Kirkland Ellis, who I would say is probably the number one and number two law firms in America, would care. Mm-hmm. And Richard Porter was a former partner at Kirkland Ellis. Mm-hmm. And his son I like his son a lot, was a stud football player, my age. Good guy. But so I know a lot of rumors from this side, not political, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. That I don't want to repeat on live stream that involved politics. And Chris, I think basically what I think like your live stream viewers right now is remember how Richard was watching you?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, that's what I suspected. I suspect that he likes to watch. Let's just say hypotheticals, okay?
Weird.
I'm not accusing anyone of anything.
I told you that Christina had a camera pointing towards her bed until I fucking noticed that.
No, but Richard, like, why does Richard? Like, she was telling me that Richard was asking her about her life and his friends, and I'm like, that sounds like a guy that likes to watch. And the rumor, this is just a rumor. It was never. I want to be very clear. This is not 100% true. But you want to just like add anecdotal because this wasn't a political rumor. This was like high school kid rumor. You know. Mm. Like I didn't know what anyone was. But it's just like someone cheating on someone. But like what I've been starting to realize is like Al Almeida, he said that he asked him about his sex life and was asking him for details. Mm-hmm. And so I'm thinking Christina's benefactor likes to watch and puts cameras in place and stuff like that. And everyone is very curious about like what your agenda is. Like, are you working for the military? Are you working for China? Are you working for Israel? You know. So I think you were honey bunny. Because I told her, she came up to me, she was like, oh, is that memes? Is that memes?
Oh, I see, because I read the...
I mean, honestly, your shit, like, if I didn't know you, I would be like, okay, what's this agenda? What are you working for?
Yeah, who the fuck is this? What is this?
Yeah, who's really, you know, why is he doing this shit? That's what I think happened. I mean, but also at the same time, is like no homosexual is like we're like Matt Damon and Ben Affleck in these environments. So there's that too.
No, there's just no.
It's like the dating game. It's you versus Walt. So like there's that aspect.
trying. How is it an offense to me? I was happy to get laid. I mean, I could care less about her. I mean, she's a cunt. She did hold her. It's brutal.
Has like a full head of hair as a woman. It's like a guy. Full head of hair. It is real. You're a dog. And all your teeth.
So wait, is Darren Bailey isn't going to be there, right?
Maybe.
Because I thought of a good one today. I was like, oh, Darren Bailey and the Pope have something in common. They both cover up for pedophiles.
But,
hey, friend.
You want to speak like so? I'll basically have to either Uber or take train. And so that's why I want to leave after rush hour.
Just Uber to my house and I'll drive.
Okay. I'm downtown right now. How much for that?
$25. Don't tip them.
Okay. And shit. Let me. I'm gonna charge my. How about I charge my phone for 20 minutes and Uber over your house?
Yeah, take your time. No rush.
And then, whatever. Hold up. Okay, this will be fun. And then, so yeah, Ken Henderson's a good guy, and so we'll have some allies there. So I don't think we'll get kicked out. I don't think we should try to charge, cost too much for records.
I was on eBay and Amazon, and I was looking up like breaking news T-shirts. So if we go to events, like we can wear T-shirts that say we're the fucking news, you know. You'd be separated, right from the get-go.
No, I mean, so I have we get $1,050 tax refund. Like, I don't know your I'm not going to tell you my financial situation. I'm not like, I'm in a nickel mine where I have savings, which is awesome. I'll load it, but I have savings. And so, like, I am considering investing in, like, a media company.
It'd be interesting to do it, like, actually, like, if we could get into the Brandon Johnson pressers, but even then, it's like...
Like, I've been making news with the Democrats and with the Republicans. And, like, all this negative shit I get in with Republicans only give me more Democrats to street cred. And you know what? I texted my friend today. Brandon Johnson was, Brandon Johnson's not that bad.
He's pretty bad.
Like, he's a communist. I'm not...
He's stealing. He's a thief. I heard him today. He said he's like, the $1.3 billion bond investment is an investment in that's theft. He's borrowing that. The city's $200 billion.
No, my big beef with him is his actual philosophy is he thinks the only answer to everything is to steal money. But that's gangster. That's not the end of the world. Like, at least that's better than someone that doesn't believe in anything besides getting the name tag and getting one cheese dinners. Like, he believes in something.
Bro, he's a murderer. He's a thief. He's the worst of everything. He's a criminal. Oh, okay. Well, anyways, I'm running for mayor to liberate the city, and he's trying to disenfranchise.
I'm just saying that he gets a worse rep than what it actually is. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, Max, I just recorded him. I just recorded him for 30 minutes. He wants to take over the Greyhound bus station so he can get as many women here as possible to abort as many babies as possible. The guy's a child sacrificer.
No, he's I told him God bless, and he was melting. Yeah, there's some deep-seated issues, but
that's because he's mental. He's mental. He sits there talking about how guns are a mental health crisis. He's mental. I'm telling you, the guy's one step away from crashing out, and he already crashes out.
Save this all for the lab. I'm gonna charge my phone for 20 minutes, and we're on the way to Edmonds, and we'll just
Okay, sounds good. See you soon. I see.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Christians and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Ideas to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the best. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Christians and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. He's the take over streets and cause chaos. Those 1.8 billion to give up. 40 non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the best. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Republicans and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows 1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud.
Which would be Calvinist as well. Church of Christ, which is wild, and Assemblies of God. So in '98, Scott Kerr chose to leave the band. And then became an aethetard. Let's see.
Oh, my car is done. That's awesome.
All right, yeah, check out Five Iron Frenzy, man. Also check out Michael Knott Fluid. Let me see if we can find it.
Rebel Redeem 316 also.
Never heard of that one.
Rebel Redeem 316, you ain't heard of that?
No, never.
Well, if you like rock or metal and Christ, you're gonna love it.
Let's see.
When you get done talking about music, Chris, I got some questions about Aquinas in relation to the PSA argument. I would say conversation that was taking place the other night with Brother Show. I want to see what your thoughts are.
Hi.
Abby's Seed World, a place of magical adventures.
I'm going with Andrew.
It's for seniors who
Keegan.
want to back their youth.
And
Press right after first
World
word.
Rules. I'm just anybody random people.
In this room. They're all home. Did you fucking invite Andrew in this room to talk about?
I didn't. They won't comment, okay?
No, I have no energy to fucking post it. When he comes, all his fucking
We say no one up here except for the swamps for opinions.
Not to be the same self again.
No, he's real. We're not gonna play with it, mess with it.
No, that's what he always does. So that's yeah.
Well, we need to put on some prayer music. Let's hear that. There we go.
Number 1, write it down. To preach the gospel to the poor. The poor are those who do not understand the teachings of the path of God. So they need to be preached to. They need to be given that teaching. This is number 2. He hath sent me to heal the brokenhearted. Healing the brokenhearted is something you will hear more about from our experts in psychology who will be lecturing here. How to heal those who suffer and who mourn. How to heal those who simply cannot pick up the pieces of their lives and move on because they have been through such sorrow or such brutalizing or such torment. 3, to preach deliverance to the captives. Captives of what? Those who are enslaved in their bodies, but those who are enslaved in their minds also, enslaved by ignorance. 4, recovering of sight to the blind who cannot see God, the blind that cannot see the error of their own ways. They are blind because they have not been taught to set at liberty them that are bruised, burdened, bowed down, mistreated. 6, to preach the acceptable year of the Lord, coming of the Lord Jesus Christ. That is, repent and be saved because the Lord is coming.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnston is a fraud.
You're watching Elizabeth Clare Prophet, world-renowned author and founder of Summit University. Summit University is located at the beautiful rural Kitover, County, Montana, just north of Yellowstone National Park. If you'd like more information, Call 1-800-2.
And their oneness with the Sacred Heart of Jesus. Now I want to tell you about one of my favorite saints and yours, Saint Stephen. He was a man full of faith and of the Holy Spirit who did great wonders and miracles among the people. The book of Acts says that the Jews who debated him were not able to resist the wisdom and the Holy Spirit by which he spake. So they found some men to accuse him falsely. They arrested him and brought him before the Sanhedrin, and his face appeared to them like the face of an angel. Stephen delivered an eloquent and moving sermon. Filled with the Holy Spirit, he had a vision and said aloud, I see the heavens opened, and the Son of Man standing on the right hand of God. At this, the members of the council became infuriated. They stopped their ears and stoned him. Witnesses laid their clothes down at the feet of a young man by the name of Saul, who consented to the murder. Saint Stephen is counted among the greatest of Christian martyrs. His shining example allows us to contemplate the fullness of the Holy Spirit, to which we may attain. Truly, God has reserved the gifts of the Holy Spirit to any and all who will purify their hearts, love God, and keep his commandments. Sometimes I tell people to pray to God when they are in their misery and their most profound burdens. And they say to me, I don't feel like I can pray to God or pray to El Moria because I've been angry at God, I've been angry at El Moria. And so I say that we cannot have the Holy Spirit because we have done something wrong. Earth is a schoolroom. We make mistakes. We have to get up one more time, then we fall and keep on going. Remember this. God is ready to receive your prayer right now. If you don't offer it, you're not creating the tie that will bind you to him forever. Saul, set on destroying the Christian church, arrested men and women and sent them to prison until he too was touched by the Holy Spirit. Imagine this one who became the greatest apostle of Christ, consenting and not preventing the stoning of this Saint Stephen. If Saul could become Paul and go on to become such an apostle, please accept God's forgiveness today and set your path on a right course and keep it there. While Saul was walking on the road to Damascus, a light from heaven suddenly shone all around him. Was Jesus moved because he consented to the death of Saint Stephen? A serious crime? He is an accomplice to a murderer? No. As long as you have life and breath in this world, you have opportunity to receive the fullness of God's grace.
This was my hair 6 months ago, and this is my hair now. I'm so happy I caught this flash sale and stocked up on Zepta for the next 6 months. I've never seen a company do something so insane. For some reason, Zepta is giving away 4 bottles of their highest rated hair growth serum for free to everyone. Not kidding, ladies. With every order of 2, you get 4 bottles for absolutely free. This is the best opportunity to get that thick, confident, celebrity level volume hair you've always imagined on a budget. In just 2 weeks, it made my hair grow like crazy. Can you believe these insane before and afters? It makes your baby hair sprout like untamed weeds. Smells amazing. All natural. Has a 90-day money-back guarantee. Free shipping. Works for everyone. And yeah, going viral and selling out every month. Check. I will never. They can't sell these clothes. Changed my life. 60 seconds a day, and you won't even know what hair loss means anymore. You just spray it on, massage it in, then bam, fuller, thicker hair in less than a month. And I love this next part. The results are permanent. You get to keep every new shiny strand of hair, even when you stop using the serum. I tried everything, and nothing worked. Finally, a product that actually works and doesn't leave my hair greasy at all. You can use it on wet and dry hair too. It works its hair growing magic and leaves your hair looking and smelling fresh. This is the biggest bundle discount they've ever offered, but valid only for the first 500 orders. But hurry, this hair transplant in a bottle is going viral on social media and is selling like crazy. Stocks are literally flying off the shelves. So I would click on that button below and hope this 24-hour deal didn't run out or they haven't sold out again.
When I found out they had sold out 3 times last month, I rushed to get their biggest bundle.
Click the shop now button below to take advantage of this crazy limited deal.
If you're a woman in your late 40s, 50s, or early 60s, you've probably noticed something frustrating. You don't feel like yourself anymore. You've seen multiple doctors, each one promising they can help, but the solutions they offer just don't work. They offer more pills, other diets, advice that goes nowhere, and even though your blood work comes out normal, your symptoms continue to get worse. Now, does any of this sound familiar? Maybe you're dealing with crushing fatigue that leaves you exhausted even after a full night's sleep, or constant brain fog, or maybe even forgetting names or misplacing your keys and struggling to find the right words. Maybe ongoing gut issues, could be bloating or discomfort or irregular bowel movements. And this is something that you've noticed that diet's not fixing. Also, weight gain. You can't seem to lose the weight no matter how hard you try, or irritability with your moods. Maybe strained relationships, low motivation, feeling overwhelmed or anxious, little desire for intimacy, or maybe not feeling fully attractive or youthful like you were. You know, yet doctors insist all of your tests are fine. They say, hey, it's just part of aging, or worse, it's all in your head. So you think, well, maybe this is just me, or maybe I'm unlucky. But let me tell you something crucial. It's not just you, and you're not broken. Here's the truth. Your doctor won't tell you. You're
ready to receive the fullness of God's grace.
It's just death threats by anti-Semite Jew haters. There's a progressive nightmare, crime, murder, chaos, theft, smash and grabs, teen murder galleries, fiscal mismanagement, exploding debt, property tax blackmail, CTU propaganda. In Chicago for Chicagoans.
I'm 61, and today I'm switching from walking to Tai Chi. I hope it helps my joints. This is me after 28 days of Tai Chi, and yesterday my neighbor asked what I did to my knees.
This Monday, 20th of April, we're starting the Tai Chi program for beginners. Build strength and lose weight. It takes only just 7 minutes a day. In 1 week, you'll feel it. In 2 weeks, you'll see it. By summer, you'll be turning heads. Start 20th of April. You in?
This is day 1 of my sister practicing Tai Chi. This is day 28 of my sister practicing Tai Chi.
On Monday, the 20th of April, we're launching a beginner-friendly Tai Chi transformation program for women. With just 7 minutes a day, you'll gently strengthen your body, release stress, and start dropping weight. By April 27th, you will feel lighter and more energized. By May 4th, you'll notice your posture and waistline changing. By May 11th, others will start seeing your transformation. By summer, you'll feel connected to your body in a whole new way. All you have to do is open the app, breathe, and follow the flow. Your new energy and your new body start here.
If I start tomorrow, what can I expect?
I'm 56. You have the perfect age. Start on Monday, and in a month, you'll look like a different woman. Wait, but I haven't exercised in years.
That's okay. Tai Chi is specifically built for beginners 50 plus, especially those who've been out of fitness for years.
Wouldn't the gym be better?
No. After 40, gym exhausts you. Tai Chi strengthens, restores, and reshapes you faster than anything you ever did in your 20s.
Do I need equipment?
Nope, just your body in 8 minutes. Start tomorrow and watch your body get younger week by week.
So what do I do first?
Tap the screen, grab the app, and begin tomorrow.
Can you guess if one of these foods makes arthritis pain worse? Is it these tomatoes? Cucumbers? Apples? Bread? I'll give you the answer in just a second. One of these foods contains a sinister protein that, once eaten, makes its way down to your joints on the cellular level and kickstarts inflammation, swelling, and makes arthritis pain worse. It's not gluten. My name is Dr. Brian Paris, and I'm the head researcher at healthandwellnesstools.com, one of the world's leading organizations in the fight against arthritis. You'll learn the answer in this quick 3-minute video. Here's what happened when people like you with arthritis stopped eating this protein.
My name is Greg Mormon. I had back pain for years, and it only was getting worse and
Who's all favor the rest of this kind of shit? Another black lipstick smooth.
Why is filing your taxes with Pre-Tax USA different? Well, for starters, our premium federal tax returns are free for everyone, no matter what. With a free offer like this, people often ask, so how do you make money? While our federal return is always free, we make money from our optional paid services, like our state tax return, which is less than $20. Next, you may be asking, is Pre-Tax USA safe? Yes, we always keep your information encrypted, private, and secure. As an authorized e-file provider, we've securely filed over 60 million tax returns directly with the IRS. Finally, you need to be sure, will my taxes be done right? We guarantee it. All of our calculations are guaranteed accurate.
Spend my money.
You'll never believe what I just said.
Never do the share. Jesus, never. You saved $5. You saved $5. How much? What was the difference? You saved $5. What was the difference? Jesus. Have a seat. Welcome to the show.
Welcome.
Let's see if we're live on Clubhouse. Try to get your dad to come to the room.
Which one? This is insane. I gotta take a video of this. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, I don't know. I actually didn't start all of them.
This is at least 50.
This is the Node. Welcome to our live stream Node.
Shall we do it? I missed it. I'm gonna do one more pen app. We're gonna do one more. This is insane.
This is the ChicagoMayorVote.com Node where we are attempting to overthrow Brandon Johnson one vote at a time.
Hey.
One video at a time.
Zero.
So what you do is
zero.
See if you click here and see that little create highlight. That creates a 50-second highlight of the past 50 seconds.
Nice.
So if we have a conversation, what you do is you just, after something interesting has been said, then you just clip it. You would clip that side, I'd clip this side or whatever, but people view the clips. So anyways, we can go, but if you want to talk about something, we can talk about something, or we can just, leave.
I mean, it's historic, so we should talk about something.
So we are headed to Moretti's to go to the Chicago GOP election for committee people and other people. Max, tell us about the event tonight.
So this is, I think it happens once every 2 years, correct, this event? It's an election for the Cook County GOP chair. And it's historic, but it's crazy because they do such a bad job at their job. We've probably had like 20 chairs in the last 20 years. So it happens pretty often. It's almost like parliamentary style. But tonight's the night. And it's always at Moretti's for that reason. They love pizza places. What can they say?
They love pizza party bus.
They do. They love cheese pizza. And so they always have it at Moretti's Pizza or some sort of pizza place. And there's two choices. I'm actually kind of happy. There's Thornton Township's Ken Henderson is running, who I'm actually excited about. A good guy. I don't think he's going to win. I told him that because I have no faith. Because the only people who can vote are committee people, township committee persons, and they don't have the best track record. And so it's Ken Henderson versus T.J. Brown, like someone of that ilk.
And what about Aaron Del Mar, the lieutenant governor candidate?
I called them Harconians in my article. If you saw that, is it the Harconians are going to make a play? They're going to go after the Atreides. The Harconians are going to make a play for the office.
There it is, Dune, right there.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
exactly. The Harconians. You know, the Harconians just like are excess everything, excess food, excess sex, drugs, all the bad things. They just do it to the most.
Yeah. They drink the blood of children.
Yeah, that's what I compare the Cook County GOP to. And so the Harconians are making a play to take it over, and they've been in control for quite some time. Because the last person that was in control was the former lieutenant governor, Aaron Del Mar. He's the current chair. He's a Harconian. And before him was Sean Morrison, who's a Harconian. And before that was Tim Schneider, who, in retrospect, I kind of miss him. It's kind of like the Chicago mayor. But let's, are we going?
Do you think that, how would Donald Trump respond to Darren Bailey?
How would Donald Trump, Elon Musk and Donald Trump, Donald Trump should be like Darren Bailey. What the F? Darren Bailey would not be a political figure if it wasn't for Donald Trump. And you see what what BS he said, where he's like, I didn't like what Donald Trump said.
Totally inappropriate.
I'm glad that he took it down. Quite frankly, we need an apology. And you see how he compared himself to King David? Him and Aaron Delmar are King David, and they were the sword and the staff. So he's allowed to compare himself to King David. No apology. And you know he sells like psalms, Darren Bailey? He sells like hymns. He sells
prayer. He charges for indulgences. He's Catholic then.
No, he's not. He's not Catholic. It's the craziest part. But he cares about the Pope, and he cares about Chicago, which he called a hellhole. And you're not allowed to use religious imagery unless it's him. Psalms for sale. You got some psalms for sale. $50 for psalms.
So this is my impersonation of Darren Bailey.
Yeah.
Hey, friends. I'm a pedophile cover-up artist, just like the Chicago Pope. And friends, what Donald Trump said about the Pope is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Wait, why are you jumping out of the camera?
You're recording that when you're calling the Pope a pedophile.
Who?
There's no proof of that.
This is a comedy entertainment show.
I know, but
this is
you
Chicago
gotta be careful.
TMZ.
This is Chicago.
Okay, but
this is Chicago.
There were accusations.
This stuff is not a joke. You mess around.
There were accusations against Darren Bailey that he
said,
covered up.
I know.
for a pedophile.
You said the Chicago Pope.
He's the Pope from Chicago.
So Darren Bailey, I agree. You can make that statement. You said the Chicago Pope.
There's accusations that he covered up pederasty, and
really?
that's why he got the Pope position. Why the fuck? Well, you think that guy's called like just some random fucking guy from Chicago? No, he's involved in some shit.
No, but Darren Bailey for sure is involved in some shit. I mean, he has several friends he shouldn't be having.
Well, what was that guy's name? Because I'm going to bring it up tonight if he's there. I'm going to say, cover up like the Pope. You're a pedophile cover-upper for this guy.
There's a couple.
Anyways. All right, well, thanks for coming on my podcast.
Kyle Shipman is who you're thinking of.
Kyle Shipman.
That's what I think you're thinking of. But there's also Raven or Graven. There's like another. It's like there are so many fucking so many effing dirt involved with the campaign that are just that should very questionable. For someone that's a good Christian.
Okay, this is the last thing. I created some.
Imagine hiring a 16-year-old to be your driver, body man, bag man. That was so creepy.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal life. Repressions and socialism.
Spell reparations wrong in the text.
Free buses for abortions. From outer space.
We're ripping out those bike lanes. Let's go. We're ripping them out. Just rip. Ripping out the bike lanes. That's what he's going to do. He's going to rip out the bike lanes all the way from the south side to the north side to the south side. From western to California. Mayor John Kitover is going to rip out the bike lanes and give you free parking.
Chicken Hot Park. She's Catholic. She was Jewish. Brandon is the scam.
I like that. Yeah, good chorus. We gotta go.
Okay, well,
gotta go.
We'll just leave him running.
Yeah, leave him running.
That's a crazy setup. I'll just let the clubhouse run. Never like to have dead air time.
Doesn't turn up the cheek, and how Jesus gets it, and how Jesus contradicts himself. And homework, Mike is trying to illustrate that if Jesus is being honest and calling someone out, right? This isn't like a curse word or anything like that. He actually believes that these people are acting that way. He isn't cursing them or saying anything ill to them or saying something that he doesn't believe. So it isn't like an insult. He's actually just calling them out on their wicked ways. And he was trying to argue that Jesus was contradicting his own divine.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for you to finish your lies, and then I'm going to go ahead and shut the
No, I'm not lying. This is exactly what happened. You was trying to say that Jesus contradicts himself because he himself doesn't even practice turning the other cheek. Let me give you an example. He called a group of people instead of vipers, right? And then we eventually Kitover was here, pointed it out. No, he was repeating what someone else was saying. But anyway, that's beside the point. The point is in there, right? Mike was trying to say that, but he wasn't cursing anyone. He wasn't calling anyone out. You know, he wasn't saying anything yelling about their name or anything like that. It's something he didn't believe. He was actually telling how you feel about the individuals, right? And he was like, no, that's not true, blah, 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 this, and blah, 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 this. And then it got into like, hey, there were some people within this group of Pharisees who believed that Jesus was the Messiah. And he was like, who? That's why he's like, who are the authorities? And you said Nicodemus. And you threw that out here, and now the conversation went about, oh, were there some people, were there some Pharisees who believed that Jesus was the Messiah? And that's where you turned the conversation, because you did a little sneaky game. And no disrespect, the same thing what Samoa does. You try to pretend that people can't track the conversation, listening to what you're saying. You just all just interrupting. You can keep.
All right, so are you done with your lines yet, or should I wait some more?
Call on the line. Just call on the line when you're ready.
Great. All right, so I'm not even going to really bother with any of that silly shit that you stated. So what you're failing to understand is that what you're doing is exactly what you're claiming that I'm doing. So now the conversation had moved from that statement to
Nathan, you are the glue.
Oh my God, there we go. Go right ahead, Dewey. Get it off.
It was a joke. Calm down. There's a rubber. You just calm down.
When you joke when Nathan is talking.
Because I was doing something with my hands, actually. You calm down. Keep going. You're the one that's distracting all the conversation, not me. Really? Oh, now I'm going to focus on Mike, and now Mike distracted us. All right, now keep going, Line. You stop crying.
Just let me know when you're done. I'm assuming you're done.
Peep.
All right. Yeah, I expect that. So, because that's what you niggas do. So, John 3 says this, Nathan. Said there was a man of the Pharisees, meaning he's of this Pharisaic group, named Nicodemus, a ruler. So that means he's probably not illiterate. I'm pretty sure he can read. It says a ruler of the Jews. The same came to Jesus by night because he didn't want to come by day. There's a good reason for that. And said unto him, Rabbi. So he's calling Jesus Rabbi. We, the Pharisees, meaning not just himself, Nathan, you can read along with me if you can read. John 3 verses 1, to start there. We know that thou art a teacher come from God. We Pharisees know that you're a teacher that comes from God. Does he need to be in the room? Or is it already confirmed because they all been talking themselves? That they all came to a lot of them came to this conclusion that he's the guy that had came from God. Let's read it real slow because I know you suffer from ADD. The man of the Pharisees named Nicodemus, a ruler of the Jews. The same came to Jesus by night and said unto him, Rabbi, we know that thou art a teacher come from God. For no man can do thy miracles that thou doest, except God be with him. Except God be with him. Nicodemus didn't have to be in a room. He didn't have to be in John 11, 48 and down. Because a lot of them, as I keep saying, already believed, but they had their own motives. Some wanted him dead. Some
exactly who he was, but they didn't want to disrespect their gang, their group that they're a part of. It's kind of like what you do, Nathan. You pretend to be a part of the heterosexual group, but at night you secretly go and hang out in the tranny corners of society.
Well, you there for prison now? I thought that was consent.
Who was that? Samoa? Who was that? Who said that? Must be another nigga that's trying to get some attention.
Go ahead, bro.
Alright, thank you. What? Another issue of that they're dealing with. That has nothing to do with me. Don't call me a dishonest interlocutor simply because I answered the question that was asked of me. The only dishonest interlocutor, it would be you guys, because you failed to stay on task. If you wanted to ask me and continue having a back and forth about turning the other cheek, which I could have done all day, I really could have, then you should have kept it on there. But you allowed other people to ask me other questions about certain other things. Don't blame me, bitch ass nigga. Blame your daddy.
See? Let me tell y'all this.
By your daddy, I mean the devil.
Okay, let me tell y'all this. He said, you know what, Nathan? I'm not even going to express what you said. Just going to talk about what I want to talk about. Like I said, the only reason why this conversation happened because he was getting called out on turning the other cheek. Right? He was trying to say that Jesus contradicts himself, and I can show you how Jesus contradicts himself. Look at Jesus. Jesus is cursing on people. Back in those days, calling these individuals a den of vipers, it's a curse word. Then Mike challenged it. Mike is like, listen, if I'm actually saying something like, hey, Lion, your breath is stink, when your breath is actually stink, I'm not talking bad about you. I'm just telling you the truth. Your breath is stink. So how am I not turning the cheek? Then afterwards, he was like, because then it was like, oh, these vipers, and questioning like, who are the people? These are the Pharisees. And then Jesus was the Messiah. Those individuals who was there, they did not believe that Jesus was the Messiah. So the question was that, hey, do the Pharisees believe that Jesus was the Messiah? And the Pharisees, what they was talking about specifically was the Pharisees in that room who Jesus called in the temple, who Jesus called in there. I'm going to throw in a Pharisee. I'm going to throw in Nicodemus. Nicodemus was one of these Pharisees. And then I just asked him, hey, Ryan, was Nicodemus in that room? I don't know. So why didn't he throw it out? Because he wants to change the argument. That's what type of person this dude is, man. You got to look out for these individuals, man. I said it earlier. You should know them by their fruits. Whenever the lion is ripe, and you see them start bearing fruits, they are sour inside. They might look good, but when you take a bite of it, it's sour. Bad. Rocky. That's how it is, man. I'm just telling you, no matter what, you can't use no dang bleach. You can't use no jelly water. You can't clean all this insides, man. It's just dirty.
All right, so I take it now I take it you want to move the conversation back. Yeah, hold on. I take it now that you, Nathan, want to move the conversation back to the other cheek, right? That's why you had to say yes, no. You didn't have to do all of the ad-homs because you don't really have a position that you can argue against. I'm not a dishonest interlocutor. I'm the only honest person in the whole room. And that's really unfortunate. I'm sorry, not even you. It ain't you. You're close.
I'm not dishonest at all. I'm probably too honest.
I lie all the time.
I agree with that, Mike.
Thank you, Jessica.
You know that was the joke right there, right?
I never lie.
Lion says that he's so honest.
Never lost.
So as it stands, if that's where you want to take the conversation, just say so.
I don't want to take the conversation. No, I don't want to go take the conversation.
So where do you want to go with this conversation? So you just want to talk shit? Okay, well.
No, I wasn't talking. I was talking. Mike, come on, bro. I wasn't talking crap. I was talking about what the conversation was yesterday.
Yeah, the conversation of yesterday, and
Yes. Listen, you brought up the conversation of, listen to yourself. You're bringing up today's conversation of yesterday about turning the other cheek. But today's conversation that Mike brought up was not about turning the other cheek. It was about the Pharisees. Yes. But that conversation started from the turning the other cheek. Yeah, right. But Mike, who asked a series of questions, wanted me to answer those questions. And now
but those questions are based off of that, though.
I know they are. They led to that. But check this out.
I'm saying, like...
He said that I was a dishonest... Listen to me clearly.
Yes!
Stop. Told you. Stop. This clown...
He doesn't get why Nicodemus is dishonest.
Listen, he's saying that I'm the dishonest interlocutor. You, Mike, that posed the questions.
So yesterday,
so wait,
when
stop.
Samoa tries...
Am I the dishonest interlocutor?
Yes, you are. Yes.
Or is Nathan just a moron?
No, I mean, those are the two options, and then if those are the only two, then I'm going to say you're dishonest. Look, either you're dishonest...
You guys mind if I take my turn?
Look, it's either... real quick, Samoa, and then I'll let you go. It's either you're dishonest, or you don't get it. Look, Samoa... Hold on. Samoa tried to help...
Oh my God! Look,
bro, I already answered your question. I answered your question.
You did not.
I said if those are the only two options, then I would choose you were dishonest.
There's a third one.
Okay.
Not after hearing his answer, there's a third one. Now there's not a binary?
Yeah, listen. All right, so am I dishonest interlocutor? Is Nathan a dumbass? Or is it that he has an inability to, he's failing to hear the conversation?
I would say those are the three. Those are the three. Yeah, those are the three that you would be. I would say the best answer is you're dishonest, and I don't think you are entirely dishonest, but I think you did play a little slippery in this yesterday. And I'll explain to you why. Okay, I'll explain to you why, and I'm going to use Samoa's assistance to try to get you out as a method of doing so. Samoa, remember when you said you kind of used the silent is consent type terminology when we were referring to Nicodemus not speaking against those who spoke against Jesus, he remained silent?
Yeah, not speaking negatively about Christ in the public. Yeah.
Correct. Amongst the Pharisees that were talking shit.
Yep.
Right.
Okay, hold on. I'm almost done. So my challenge question to you was this line. This is where it gets back to what Nathan. This is where it gets. I'm telling you right now. Look, you can decide if it was dishonest or not. Look, when I said, show me where someone both believed that Jesus was the Messiah and also spoke against him, right?
Right.
You pointed out to Nicodemus. Now, we have two. Oh my God, your hand is on right fucking now.
Mike, do you remember when you started crying? Because I kept interrupting all those many times. So Mike never finished.
Let me just finish this and I'll go on mute. Look, let me finish this and I'll go on mute and you can say whatever you want. Look.
Hey, remember I'm
not. I'm saying. Oh, sorry. And then Samoa will go and then.
Am I allowed to answer him? I'm supposed to sit here and continue to take
Samoa can decide that. Let me just finish.
That's what happens in these conversations, Lion.
Wait, I'm going to a bad reception. Hold on. Okay, so look. Now watch. Two criteria needs to be fulfilled for this prophecy to take place. One, the person has to believe he's the Messiah. Two, the person has to be demonstrated to have shown that he outwardly spoke against Jesus as the Messiah. That's what I asked you to demonstrate. Now, you yesterday, right? You referenced Nicodemus in response to that question, okay? And that's why Samoa is saying, hey, look, bro, Nicodemus basically didn't say anything. Okay, anyways, I'm done. Go ahead, Samoa, you can say what you. Okay, Samoa's on the phone, so you can go ahead and go.
All right, Mike, I didn't say that. You asked two distinct questions. This is where the dishonesty comes from here, right here in the moment. You asked two different questions.
Or one question with two parts.
This is what I'm doing. The first question you asked was that.
All right, I'm not.
You said who out of the Pharisees believed in Jesus, but didn't outwardly say it? That's Nicodemus. Who of the Pharisees believed in Jesus and talked shit about him? That's John 11. Caiaphas. Two different questions. Now, who's the dishonest interlocutor? You.
No, I only asked you one question.
God, you niggas are crazy.
I only asked you one question.
No, it was both. It was in reverse as well. But let me just point this out again, right? Like, I think the problem here, and this is what I got a problem with lying is, right? When you look at Isaiah 53, that you interpret like the servant as being like the nation of Israel, not an actual person. So if this Jewish person that's back here, like in John, because they don't believe in the Gospels, right? If this Jewish person is the Pharisee and is consistent to them believing that this prophecy is of a nation, then you read verse 51 again, it totally makes sense that they need to sacrifice this dude for the greater part of the nation, fulfilling the prophecy in Isaiah 53. But because Lion is not applying that interpretation to the Jews of the old, we're confused. Because it seems like a whole bunch of freaking Pharisees are like, nigga, we know you the guy, and we know the Most High is going to strike us, but we're going to do it anyways. What? How does that make any sense? That's crazy work, bro. Crazy work.
All right, so now we're moving. Wait, now check this out.
So what you just ended with Samoa is what I was thinking the whole time.
That's what I was trying to tell you. I was like, oh.
Show you where.
I was against you yesterday, and then
that was my original, like, what confusion. That was my answer. I was like, wait, how does this make sense, bro?
Because you don't understand the scripture. All right, so
it's your fault, bro.
No, it's not. It's your own fault for lack of study.
That's what I said.
So,
yeah, Nathan was mocking you when he said that, and you agreed with him.
I don't give a fuck. Shut up. Look, so here's the issue here. You're moving on. Let's stop the conversation. Let's pay attention to what just happened just now. So you stated I was a dishonest interlocutor, and the reason was because of your statement when you asked about who was the one that believed and didn't do so. And you went immediately to Nicodemus in John 3, right? And said that that's all I said. That's the dishonesty. I don't want to call you dishonest, Mike. I wanna think that maybe you forgot some pieces of the conversation, and the one you mainly held on to or locked onto was this part right here. But you obviously failed to remember that I also tried, I attempted 9 times, and I even read John 11 to the entire room in that moment to explain to you that there was a whole group of Pharisees that either believed and didn't believe, and they also wanted his ass dead. And then at the end of that, today, I had King, one of your buddies, your Nigerian brother from another mother, read the exact same scripture. Then after that, one of your other buddies, the pervert, Jacobus, mentioned the exact same scripture. Talking about that there were Pharisees that did these things. The problem is, I got a bitch nigga named Nathan and other clown ass niggas that just don't like lying. That's all this is. And I say,
hey, Samoa. Oh, sorry. I thought you got a call. Hey, Samoa, you know what I never was not in my bingo card? That who was that, bro? You know, was not on my thing. Yeah, that we blockaded the blockade. That we Uno reversed the blockade. That wasn't a
Look, the thing is that the whole point of me asking that question was, and this is where it comes to where Nathan is explaining the origin of the point, was because my argument is, look, if your motivation to speak against someone is to not harm, but to describe, you're not insulting them, right? And then what I meant by that is to say, hey, look, show me somebody that believed this, show me somebody that would talk shit about Jesus, meaning they didn't believe he was the Messiah, because I was saying the Jewish authorities are saying this guy's fucking talking shit, he's blaspheming, and they really believed it.
Right.
And he's like, no. Mm-hmm. And then I was like, well, okay, fine then. Show me where the Jewish authorities both believed he was the Messiah, but also spoke against him. Because then that would be a motivation of harm. It would be the motivation to insult, which is the whole thing I was talking about. I wouldn't say, show me someone that believed he was the Messiah but didn't say anything. That's a non-contributing point to the point I was trying to make. My point was to say, look, in order to call it an insult, the motivation has to be to harm. If you want to talk about Jesus and the snake, he's not saying that to insult them. He's saying that to describe their nature, right? Which is a truthful thing that he holds to be true. That's what I was saying. So it doesn't make sense that I asked you questions. He's tripping. It's wrong.
I got a question.
Okay.
Like when these fat people.
The dishonest and philosopher, or he's just.
I was going first.
No, I was gonna go before you, Simone, actually, because
no, I'm just playing.
I had to throw it in there. I had to throw it in there.
Yeah, go ahead, Coach Christian.
I don't know why. That's not even that funny. There's a few things. One,
my bad. Jeez.
You know what? Culture Christian. Let's switch to Iran because I do want to hear if anybody knows what the latest and greatest.
Wait, are you a conservative?
Conservative? Do you mean like a religious conservative, or do you mean like a? What do you mean?
Like your political leanings. Where do you land?
I'm still registered as a Democrat, but I have not voted Democrat.
What would you label yourself as? Libertarian, conservative, Republican, Democrat?
Like a sort of right-leaning libertarian, maybe.
Okay, so I was close.
Told you.
Yeah, you're right. Nathan, Nathan was the most correct.
Bro, that's the Nick Fuentes, bro.
It's not a Nick Fuentes.
So listen, I was telling them like, yo, this looks like it's like super conservative, which is rare for someone like lives in California that is in chat,
I definitely avoid political. Like one of the things I enjoy about this is
I labeled you as. I labeled you as like socially like moderate left, but like probably fiscally conservative.
I'm probably not even socially moderately left. Like I have like an ick factor on a lot of left shit. Like fucking.
Would you vote for yes for gay marriage or not?
Would I vote? I mean, well, and again, this is the libertarian me. I actually don't even think government should be involved in marriage. I think people should, be allowed to do it.
Yeah. So would you vote yes or no?
Well, if I could vote, I would say that the government should not be the ones who determine the personal relationships.
The choice is gay marriage, yes or no? What do you do?
I'm fine with gay marriage. Gay marriage doesn't bother me.
Okay. Abortion, yes or no? What do you do?
Abortion? I have to go with the classic. Rare and safe.
Yes or no? What do you do? Yes or no? What do you do?
Rare and safe doesn't make any sense.
Yes or no? What do you do? Yes or no? What do you do?
Abortion, yes or no?
If it should be rare, then the implication is that.
Why are you fucking interrupting me, Louis? I'm concentrating. God damn it! I have to choose yes or no.
You know you're gonna say yes. You know you're gonna say yes. Just get to it.
I feel like you're.
Wait, Louis, let him say yes real quick.
I feel like you're reacting out of this like.
Because I don't like yes or no on this. Like to me, I
know you don't, and you can say everything you want afterwards to like just yes or no abortion, yes or no.
Let you guys yap about fucking.
Ultimately, if I have to say yes or no, I will say yes. But I also think it should be highly regulated.
Okay, that's fine. That's why I'm saying you're probably socially like moderate left, and I think that I definitely.
Wait, you're saying?
Maybe on those two things, but like who's asking about the triangle? Where's the reverb coming from? Somebody's echoing. Like for example, gun rights. I'm like Second Amendment. I'm fine with people with guns and things like that. I do think like I'm probably much more conservative than most people. Conservative, air quotes. Like again, I think and I've gotten an argument about this with Nathan. I think trans is really just a weird way of talking about personalities. And we've made a much bigger deal of it than it needs to be. And for kids, they should not be transitioned. Adults, I think, can do what they want, but like I do think kids should be fucking kept out of it.
Dewey, can I ask you a quick question? What do you think about the role of religion in school?
I don't think religion should be in school.
Alright.
Unless it's a private school, in which case, you know, you can do what you want.
I think you lean more towards the left than you'd like to say so. But I think
to me, the left is not a dirty thing, by the way. Like I said, I'm still registered Democrat.
Are you, Dewey? That's so disappointing.
Because who wants to take the time to re-register? That's
Can I
not
just say something, please? Or are you guys not able to handle her?
No, they're not able to handle anything.
Yeah, I think there's like a nastiness associated with the left and a lot of shit, which like fine, like I understand that. I talk about that shit all the time. But when it comes down to brass tacks, like yeah, I think some of the trans shit is kind of wacky. I think you know, I'm pro 2A, but I think like for the most part, like if you're like libertarian, you believe that, you know, libertarianism is kind of shaky too. But like if you believe like for the most part people should be able to do what they ought to do, that's more living than I think.
I think it traditionally was, but again, I actually think that
it is. It still is. Right.
Well, I think there's a lot of moral busybodying in liberal circles that don't let people do what they want to do.
That's the cringe shit that I'm talking about.
Right, and I think it took over. I think it's starting to weaken. But I think while it was in charge, things like freedom of speech were actually sequestered and squandered in liberal circles, and that's not libertarian.
I think we're mind bugged. We're mind captured by like a vocal minority.
I'm going to sound a little bit
like
weird.
A microscopic percentage of like the party. Like there's a fair bit of it happening in the party, like the fucking social like grandstanding and you know like all that stuff.
I would say both parties have a problem. And on the left, it's what a lot of people call progressives, and the progressives are louder and are dragging people in their direction. And on the right, there is, I think, an ultra-nationalist movement that is dragging people in the wrong direction. So I think both sides, you can point to small minorities who are off-putting, and I think for
and the most vocal factions of the like
and yeah, sure, and the most vocal, and probably the most vocal because in an attention economy, what they say is often the most outrageous and therefore the easiest to sort of like, you know, click around and share and blah blah blah. But and so you know, not to sound like so petty about it, but like, you know, well, I'd say this: I do not regret my last 3 presidential votes at all. I'd say that.
And I think that's an issue, but you know, that's a different conversation.
Sure, but Louis, it sounds like you find most of my positions to be reasonable.
Yeah, but I don't think they comport with your votes. I think it's counterintuitive how you voted and like your ideals.
You're allowed to think that, but I don't. Also, I am like a staunch captain in that sense, like in terms if we're talking fiscally stuff.
So I got it right. You're like center left.
I think I might be center right. I mean, again, abortion. Like abortion is a super tricky one because I think it is. I think
that's
like,
why you're left.
But again, I'm like 1990s left on abortion. Like I think it's like anything after I don't remember like 7 or 8 weeks or whatever it is.
That's why you're center left.
What you're saying right now is like there's like a new left or like
just like you would say there's a new right.
Yeah, we just talked about it. We like kind of conceded that it was like a vocal minority, right? Like not all like people like who were Democrats.
The 1990s Democrats are gone. They're like fucking Nancy Pelosi is the last remnant, and she's gonna put it over any second.
Little lefty.
What happened?
If he took a political test, do it.
You know what, Mike? I will do it, and I'll tell you
that one where
when it comes down.
Like purple, green.
Yeah, like up and down, left and right.
Yeah.
I'll do it.
Modern American political parties are arbitrary titles that don't fit into the names that they once held.
I agree.
Right.
Well, that's
Liberalism is dead.
Yeah, but they get close. It's still like, you know.
Not really.
Yeah, they do. You might.
Sykes, right.
Oh, thank you, sir.
No, here's what I want to say real quick, and this has nothing to do with Dewey. Dewey just reminded me, right?
anytime I've heard this question asked, hey, do you consider yourself a Democrat or a Republican? No one ever answers it. They always say, oh, well, I'm center this, I'm center that. If there was a war, who would you side with? Who would you shoot at? You have to pick. None of this like, I'm fucking refined so I can't pick. Who are you going to shoot at? That's what I want to know.
I think it's...
And you know what it would be for me? I'd probably be a spy.
I think people's reluctance is really like, yeah, I'm a Democrat.
I know, I'm glad you appreciate it, but like where I live,
reluctance to like just like full out just like claim one side, and then we have a bunch of these centrists that aren't really fucking centrists at all, but that like want to be centrist and they want to like wear the like fucking mask of centrism, but they like lean one way. But it's hard, it's nastier to say I'm a Democrat because you have to take all that stuff that comes and all the negative. You have to like agree with tranny stuff that people might be like, oh, that's weird. You have to just like to say that I'm on this party, like people just like cast like aspersions about you, and they like say, oh, they feel like they understand your whole political identity based on just like claiming that, and it's not that deep. Like for the most part, like you either agree, especially like now, like the candidates have been so polarizing. It's either you're on this side or you're on that side. Voting for Donald Trump 3 times, I mean.
You're gonna then associate that person with all these negative things. You're gonna do the exact same thing you just said you don't like.
What do you mean?
You just said you don't like it because then you have to like defend all these weird tranny things and blah blah blah. But then you said, but if you vote, I won't finish that. I won't finish.
I don't know if you caught the last part. I said I think it's kind of weird because a lot of the things you said
don't like that shit,
really match with like voting Trump 3 times.
Right, and why? Because now what do I have to defend as a result of that? What do you think of me now? What associations am I now tied to because of that? For you,
because you voted for Trump, you believe.
Wait! I want to hear him answer.
Well, I believe if you think you believe in freedom of like speech and
So I'm a fascist, is what you're gonna say?
No, dog. Let me tell you. I think this.
Hey, stop that Jewish passing out shit, man.
What are you talking about?
I think you believe like in free speech and you're pro 2A. Like it just seems like Donald Trump wouldn't be your vote. Like he's actually one modern president who's actually put rollbacks on gun control. He's like enforced gun control with bump stocks. Like the whole even like this.
You can't bring guns to protest. You can't bring guns to protest.
What do you mean?
Remember after that nurse got shot, you can't bring guns to protest.
Oh no, but I'm just saying like Donald Trump actually he imposed gun legislation that like ban modifications on guns. Like that's not very 2A. You know that the bump stock ban?
Yeah. I'm familiar.
Yeah, it's like huge. Like the gun community, like a lot of Trump supporters felt betrayed about that.
Don't run, Lion.
What was that?
You said a lot of Trump supporters were offended. I'm telling you.
They felt betrayed. They felt like hey, we thought you were like our guy, and here you go, like.
What you talking about?
Like the Second Amendment is like the rights, like that's like one of their bread and butter. Is like for the longest time, like that's like a policy position. Like if you're on the right, you're like most likely pro 2A, and like Donnie T dropped the ball on that.
He dropped the ball on everything he promised. Oh my goodness. Hey, Lion. So you do have to.
Am I wrong on this, Simone?
Yeah, I think a lot of people were kind of like, they were like, bro, we don't want no regulations. And he said, hey, no, I'm going to compromise right here. So they were a little disenfranchised at the moment. But let me just say this in line real quick. Lion, do you have to be able to address the interpretation of the Jewish or the Judaism framework of...
We can't do that.
I'm just letting him know they could do this better.
Please do it later.
Person. Yes, the servant is not one
person. This is a way better conversation.
I just said we're not going to go forward. I wanted him to make it.
All in favor moving forward. Aye.
Yeah, we are moving forward. I'm just letting him know.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
It sounds like you're trying to have that conversation.
You have like 30 minutes.
I just said no. You mean the conversation was on for 2 days? I just said no. He asked me what. I'm just addressing. We could remedy this later.
This ain't gonna be quick. You know.
So this is the conversation that you guys having about
Hold on, man. No. So let's see how long this actually takes to see how right Finley is, right? So later on, Lion, if you can address how the Jews, I guess, interpret who the servant is in Isaiah 53. They don't even the nation of Israel, and you say it's this. I just said in the what the. Hey, bro, if I'm talking to him something totally different than Spike and Nathan, then we're not talking about the same thing, right, bro?
Yeah, I'm talking about having a conversation about politics.
Oh my gosh, that's good. Simone, yes, look, we'll talk about later, bro.
All right, we don't even have to do that. Just hit me in whatever it is, like a special or back room or something like that. I'll just tell you really simple. We can read over it together, so you won't look foolish anymore. We can do that right now.
Let's talk about politics, bro. Hey, look at that, Finley. You see how fast that was?
Only because Lion yielded. Only because Lion offered a reasonable compromise. Lion said, let me not smack you around in front of these people. Let me take you on back here in the back. Let's have a conversation.
So you didn't hear the part where Samoa said, "Let me know later."
Let me take it.
You see what I mean, bro?
He said, let me take you behind the woodshed. So you ain't gotta, be in front of your friends. That's what just happened, fam.
Yeah, but I think Trump, obviously, like when it comes to like the Second Amendment thing that Louis talking about, as far as like the gripe, I think that he's overperformed in this administration. As far as like acknowledging like where he's wrong, you can clearly see. Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna give you the examples, right? I'm gonna give you the examples. So, do you think that Venezuela would top like the bum stocks?
What'd you say?
Do you think that the tax returns that people are getting today, $2,000?
Which people?
Or is like
which people?
Bro, just relax, bro.
Are you talking
I'm just going down these points so we don't get bogged down in the conversation.
Are you talking about the silver lining? You know the silver lining?
Because the tax returns are a lot more good than offset the medical premiums.
Are you saying?
You see what I mean, bro? This is horrible. This is what I'm saying, Louis, just so nobody's confused. I'm saying that when we're looking at the performance of a president, we weigh out certain things. Some things that we prioritize over other things. So I say, Second Amendment, bump stock people, first term, to second term, where he says this, obviously everybody voted him in, right? I think it was like 79 million or whatever that was, right? So everybody kind of like went to the second term. In the second term, big beautiful bill, everybody gets all of this money as 4 terms, and then you get the Trump accounts where they match $1,000 per child. Okay?
I'm not even engaged.
Well, because you don't know about any of these.
No, because you're a fucking bullshitter, bro.
No, he's trying to point out that the gun thing was a nitpick.
How is it a nitpick? All right, well,
it is if you put it in context of everything.
Thank you.
You sort of said, like, how could you vote for Trump when he did this one thing? And it's sort of like, well, nobody votes for one thing. They're voting for a person who's going to have to make a lot of different decisions.
There you go. There you go.
And that's what Samoa was trying to say.
He brought up the shield.
Average tax return has increased by a couple
Thank you very much,
$100.
Dewey. I'm really glad that you're a genuine interlocutor, Dewey. That's pretty cool.
The average tax return for
No,
the
he's
$100.
motivated to agree with you because he gets the.
So you don't think I'm a genuine interlocutor, Louis?
No, I don't think you're being. No, I don't think you are.
You see what I mean?
Great. Okay.
Wow. The over.
And why not? Why not, Louis? Is it because making an association with me because of a political affiliation? We assume that I can't be good.
Talk over the answer. Cool.
Well, you did respond to him when he asked you about your
because it was
your vote. Well, let me say this: when he did ask you, because he was going to answer his opinions on why you're Trump voter, you went right to fascism.
No, that wasn't. No, because he interrupted the question or the point that I was trying to make, and because he said I don't like when people associate me with Democrat.
Yeah, sure, bro. Good.
And I'm the dissident interlocutor. Got it.
You absolutely are, yes.
Here was because I'll tell you, here was the conversation. We were talking about how there's problems on one side and from the other. And then you started saying how you don't like being associated with some of the weirder parts on one side, and how then you have to try and defend certain things that you don't actually believe. I started saying, yes, same can be said
And then your response was, no, I just don't think you like the policies. And then you started talking about policies. That's not the same conversation. You understand?
Yeah, the conversation I was saying.
That was literally the flow of the conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I heard Louis say he doesn't want to have to defend those stupid wackos over there on the left.
Right, and I started saying, why should I have to defend wackos on the right? And instead of engaging with that, he said, I don't think you should vote for him because of this gun policy.
You're fucking, actually, this is actually nasty. But I think I'm seeing what fucking, you know.
Go ahead, say, what do you think of me now that after you... You're proving my point.
Hey man,
you make weird associations about me.
Real quick, I needed to take a beat. Dishonesty really like triggers me and gets me pissed off.
What is dishonest?
That's okay. That's okay. What's it called? I said it's funny to me that you voted for Donald Trump because the answers to your questions about like where you land politically, where your political beliefs don't really sound like they comport with like someone who votes for Donald Trump. You said, why is that? And I gave you a couple policy positions. That's just
you gave one, which was guns, but that wasn't the flow of the conversation.
No, I gave two. I said freedom of speech.
Oh, freedom of speech. Right.
Did I not say that?
No, you did for a second. You're right.
Okay. So
look how genuine I can be.
I'm willing to list a couple more, but I just named a couple, and I just kind of went into just one. I didn't even get to free speech yet, but. And then Samoa came in to fucking talk about the rabbi shit.
Right, then we got distracted.
He cut me right in the middle of it in my fucking submission trying to talk about it. He said, doing this like rabbi shit. I'm like, yo, dog, can we not do that? And you're like, oh no, I'm not gonna do it. And then you fucking lied and just lying about, bro, the fucking. And then
I went right back to your point. I addressed your bum stocks on how people.
It killed the steam of the conversation, and I was making a point, right?
And you think I interrupted you?
And you made this like stupid convoluted point that made like if you're pro 2A, then you are against bump stock ban. That's just
that's not true at all. What the hell?
Yeah, that's like most pro 2A. Once you start getting into gun modification regulation, then there's like. That's a slippery slope, right? That's why like that's why the 2A community is like really weary of that. That's why the 2A community was really, really weary of that decision, right? But it's like,
why do you think they re-elected him?
Behind this field, that's just a nitpick. Fine, whatever. Okay, can we move to?
No, I'm not saying that. Like he used that. I wouldn't use that wording. What I'm saying is that something justified the vote to move into Trump's, category as far as it being at the second term, where something outweighed that, right? Because like overwhelmingly, like the guy was voted for. So then I started pointing out policies that people could find some more value than that.
Basically, all Samoa is saying is nobody, including myself, or not nobody, very few people, I think, are single issue voters. Or at least I'm not a single.
I voted for this nigga to blow up Iran. What the hell? That's my only damn issue.
I actually do think that the Abraham Accords from the first term was one of the reasons why I was like, oh shit, like everything got kind of turned over in a positive way. And I think, again, in terms of international geopolitics, I mean, we'll see. I still think the cards are up in the air, but he's certainly going to be one of the most consequential, right? Whether or not it works out, we'll see. But if it works out, it'll work out great, and if it doesn't, it'll be bad. But he's going to be one of the more consequential geopolitical presidents for a while.
Yeah, but the only way that I see this going negative for him right now is if it escalates. Like if it goes back to bombing and it goes back to like closing up the Strait of Hormuz and it goes to it
looks like
to dig up a whole bunch of missiles.
It looks
using
like
satellites and all these things, and you're like, okay, you dummy, what the freak is this? Right? Like that's how I would look at it. Like right where it is right now, it looks like it's swinging to his like favor right now.
May have been the final sort of like thing, because the Strait of Hormuz was their trump card, and if we're like, fuck it, we're gonna up it, it might
de-escalate from here, and we might walk away in a better position.
Yeah, we need time, guys. We need time. We need time. Like, it's way too early to determine or foresee.
I agree.
Yeah, it's.
So what do you think about the Pakistani representatives that facilitated the negotiations in Pakistan, in Iran today? Because, like, what I pulled from that, and a couple of people reported on this, was that the reason why this person would have to make that trip is because he needs to speak to the guy.
Bro, the thing is, Samoa, there's so many moving pieces, right? Like, for instance, a little thing like the Pakistani representative didn't wear a Western tie. And people are like, oh, because he didn't have a tie on, he's actually biased towards the Iranians. And then there's bigger pieces, right? Like, Benjamin Netanyahu keeps saying, look, man, we're going to do what we're going to do. Like, we're not tied up to this shit. Like, we're going to do our own thing. Pakistan doesn't even recognize Israel as a country. Like, for all intents and purposes, the ceasefire talk is a joke to me. I look at this as both sides are using this as an opportunity to assess their damage, redeploy more troops, resupply their men, and stuff like that, bro. We stuck our dick into a fucking tar pit, and we're trying to clean it off real quick, and it's not going to work, bro.
So you're saying right now that when you look at the Iranian, if you believe, like, what the economic strife is that they're in at this very moment, as far as not being able to pay soldiers and all these types of things, I think they said in the last 3 days they lost like $1.6 billion in revenue, right? You're thinking that they could sustain that type of that type of environment while allowing 90 million people going through this like civil unrest to just calm them down?
Yes, absolutely. Especially if Russia and China supply help, which they are in different ways. And also keep in mind, bro, these aren't like soldiers that became soldiers to go to college for free. Like, these are people who will fucking die for their cause, bro.
No, I totally understand.
Not like, oh, shit, it's the fan, I'm gonna bounce to fucking Utah. And
right, so I understand, like, yes, I understand how people are going to respond with external threats, right? But what happens when there's an internal one?
Look, keep in mind, Samoa, you're the same person who said the regime killed 30 to 40,000 innocent
That's not what I
protesting.
said.
Okay. Okay, you've never said that?
No!
So, okay. There's people who say this regime killed 30 to 80,000 innocent protesters. So if that regime is still in power, what makes you think they won't kill 2 to 3 million people? Or let 20 million people.
So there's a difference between people responding when they feel like, hey, I can't get my favorite cereal, than another where massive amounts of, like let's say the number you're using, where 3 million people are moving because their lights aren't on, or that they don't have air conditioner, or there's no food on the actual shelf. So there's a difference between the temperature of when they had it and when they don't have it. That's something that the clock obviously is like placing on the Iranians to address the internal and the external potential threats. They got to factor that in. Look at what happened with 2020 here. We were obviously like overwhelmed when people were like burning a whole bunch of shit down, and the law enforcement was like, let me just move out of the way. And I'm saying that, hey, they might have killed whatever number you said. I think they said 3,000. I think a whole bunch of people like to add shit, so they said 80,000.
Our president said 42,000. I mean, he's got right. Why would he lie? Why would he lie?
The point I'm making is it really doesn't matter what the number is, because the environment isn't the same for you to be able to compare them. If you were to say, hey, this is the exact same environment that was there, and they had paychecks and they had...
So it's never going to be the exact same environment. My point in comparing the two is to show the character of the regime.
Look, the final point is, and I think Samoa would agree with this, and I said this before, like, the cards are still in the air. The cards are still in the air. Nobody knows what the fuck is, like I said,
are you saying that the Iranian IRGC or whoever the hell these people are not behind their head or like rolling their eyes behind their head to look at their own citizens that are going to have like this civil unrest pretty soon?
I'm sure they are, but I think that like for them this is an existential like they
yes.
So if it is existential,
the IRGC.
Right, and I'm talking about the people with all the weapons. Yes.
Yeah, those guys. Okay.
Yes.
Then when the lights go off and these people start putting their arms down because they don't have no paychecks to feed their little children.
To Oleg's point, that might not be the thing.
Yeah, you're not listening, bro.
Bro, the military elite is always going to have food, brother. Their families are not going to starve, brother. It's the random poor people. It's the poor people that are going to die, and they don't care about them.
So Oleg is saying that the RIGC, regardless, because they're such a prideful people, they're going to go to the very depths regardless of the situation. I'm saying that the civilian population is going to add another variable of stress on top of that for them to be able to defend that. Then Oleg counters and says, well, they'll just kill them all. And then I'm saying, oh, shit, they're just going to kill 7 to 9 to 15 people when these are their actual family members. Now, you can kill 30 to 50,000 people and just wipe them away. You got a population of 93 million. But if you're saying that now the military, or like they're not having any type of dissent in the military, or they're starting to fracture, that just doesn't factor into like what actually happens when you have no light or no food. The whole thing changes.
Look, bro, I asked you to do a hypothetical in your mind. I said, given the fact that you, and then you said, I didn't say it. Okay. Given the fact that the president of the United States said this regime killed 42,000 innocent people, I said,
a lot of humanitarian groups get that.
And if that's true, if they were unarmed and just standing there and saying, please give us freedom, and they're like, Brad, what makes you think they won't kill 400,000 people? What makes you think they won't allow 4 million people to start? It's just a hypothetical that I said to show you that either the regime is not as extreme and retarded as people are portraying them to be, in which case you're going to be right, or B, they're actually batshit crazy, even more crazy than the North Koreans, and they'd rather have their country go in flames than surrender. That's what I'm saying.
Or C, the civil unrest wasn't to the temperature of retreating. So then when you factor in, let's say, 4 million, and they're all moving forward and nobody's retreating, the IRGC has to make a different decision at this time. Right? So like what I'm talking about is the results of in this hypothetical, the results of the blockade being effective. If the blockade is carrying over every single month $13 billion, and then they're hemorrhaging, their banking system's all broken down, no more food exports or imports.
Is it 13 or 1.3? You said 1.3 earlier.
Yeah, that was in the last 3 days. 13 billion a month is the estimation.
Okay, thank you.
Right. So anyways, the point I'm making is that, hey, they might have been able to do this when things were good. How is the civil or the civilians? I'm not talking about like the IRGC. They can only respond to what they respond to. How do the civilians respond when you turn the temperature from 70 to 110? How do they respond? Are they going to retreat and run away when one person gets shot?
Well, that's the benefit of having a Second Amendment, bro. In Iran, the random villagers have fucking muskets from 1934, bro. So if you think they could mount an actual reasonable opposition to the IRGC, you have no idea what you're talking about, brother.
Yeah, that's not what I said.
This isn't Black Lives Matter protesting in Seattle with American police letting them burn the city down.
That's not what I said, though. Like, what I said is just the overwhelming the population with civil unrest as far as something that they can contain, while they're trying to battle 6 other fires that are on the external parameters of their actual country. So there's a lot of turmoil that they're going to have internally. All I'm saying is you can be prideful and all that, and you're addressing the Americans and the Israelis that are outside of your border. But then if you have to look over your shoulder, now you're actually being attacked from both sides. When you use the example of when they were okay and they had all the ballistic missiles and all the confidence in the world, you can see why people were willing to retreat, because they were like, bro, cost analysis here, risk reward, this isn't worth it, I'm out of here. But when you have nothing, that calculation clearly is different. And that's the only point I'm making.
I hear you, bro. I'm not saying you're wrong. That's why I said time will tell. I'm just saying, don't be surprised if they let 2 million people starve. Like, that's literally not a big deal for a lot of people, brother.
Wait,
you think Putin cares if 2 million Russians die? No,
I wouldn't be surprised with anything that happens here. I'm saying that this is just an added threat that Iran, in this economic, calamity, is going to have to address. And something's motivating them to get to the table. I don't know what it is, but something is motivating these folks to find an offer.
I told you, both sides benefit from this because it gives them time to assess their damage, redeploy troops, realign assets, and things of that nature. It happens in a lot of wars.
All right, so America is able to kind of like restock, reinvest, recalculate. And you're saying that Iran, while they're digging up all of like the tunnels and all of the things.
You saw the satellite photos, right? They're literally doing that as we speak.
Yeah, that's the point that I'm making. Yeah, so they're trying to like dig things up. They're trying to like get back on their feet. And what I'm saying is that I think the blockade serves two purposes. So that you can monitor like what assistance that they're getting from outside, it being of China, seeing the back and forth as far as like their statement to Donald Trump's statement as far as like he's going to give them a bit, and that they're not going to provide weapons and all these types of things. Where China like says, hey man, America's like doing a really good thing when it comes to like opening up the Strait of Hormuz, but then says, hey, nobody speaks on our issues, right? So like they're taking a position that's kind of even keel. Donald Trump took a more dramatic position by saying China is on our side, not on Iran's side. Which is playing like these psychological games.
Didn't you say I spoke to China, blah blah, and then the Chinese people said we never talked to them?
No. Yeah, but then hold on. But then towards the end of the statement, they say that they applaud America for doing like this thing with the Strait of Hormuz, right? So it's kind of like officially we're going to say we never spoke to you because of the amount of tension that's going to cause between them and Iran. But at the end of it, they do offer like some sort of a compliment of America opening up the Strait of Hormuz, it being for like commerce or like maritime, right? So like if you're taking from that they never spoke, I think that they have spoke, and that was the most politically.
To me, it's very obvious. He's neurotic. He's impulsive. He's losing control, bro. He's not in a good place. Do you know when he was in a good place? When he drone struck Soleimani. And you know what he did? All he did was post a picture of the American flag, brother. No need for a fucking rant, 3,000 word tweet explaining that CNN gave me 100%. Like, no, post a fucking flag. We'll know when you're winning. You don't need to give me words. Post the fucking flag.
Yeah, but I don't
post the flag, brother.
Yeah, but I don't think that's for you, Oleg. I think the flag is for us here in the country. But those posts are for the Pakistanis, the Russians, the Chinese, the Iranians, the Saudi Arabians, the EU, the NATO alliances, or whatever this is. These tweets are all like directed to certain groups of people, and they need to be believed that I know when he's talking to us and when he's not talking to us. Right? So, like, for example, he makes this statement, and then the stock market gets fucked up. He says, we're going to block Hormuz. Well, let me just point this out. We're going to block the Strait of Hormuz. Stock market gets fucked up. Here goes Central Command. What we're actually going to do is this. Stock market goes in the other direction immediately. Right? Because of the fact that people are trying to interpret, like, what the fuck he means, because he's not clear when he communicates. And when I'm saying that, hey, this is directed to the Iranians, hey, this is directed to the Chinese, hey, this is directed for the UK or Germany or Spain, people are like, no, he's talking to us. Oh, okay, all right. Obviously, people aren't paying attention as you and I, Oleg, or people that really want to stay on, like, being attentive. People just try to hear what other people think that somebody's saying. And I'm thinking that we're going to be a hell of a lot more right than we are wrong.
I just don't like his style, brother. I hear what you're saying.
I can tell, bro.
Like, never mind the healer fucking meme with the soldier in the clouds turning into a demon or some sort of angel. It's either an archangel or a demon. I don't know. And then Monica came in today and she had the original post that some other dude posted, but the soldiers didn't have the wings. It's these little things. It's like, bro, what are you doing? We're in the middle of a fucking war, bro. Like, lay off the Pope, bro. But like,
what do you think Iran's doing when they're having the battle of memes? Like when they're saying
their Lego memes are fucking fire, bro.
He doesn't even register like what you just said. Like, why are we attacking?
Oh my gosh, bro.
Illegal memes are fire, bro.
All right,
watch this. Oh yeah, so let me just point out like the reason why I'm showing you this here, right? There are two people playing the meme game. Trump and then them responding. Trump saying, open up the Strait of Hormuz. Them responding by saying we lost the keys, right? So they're engaged in this back and forth. What we're doing is criticizing our side for playing the game, but then when we look at them, we're like, oh my God, that shit is fucking hella entertaining. Yeah, that's just the shit right there. But they're both playing the game. Why are we only criticizing our side? Because we have this expectation of efficacy on how we believe that the president should be conducting themselves? That shit is crazy.
We should be making way better memes. We should be making better memes, better videos.
Oh, now you will give up his meme game?
Absolutely. Absolutely. What is he? He's posting himself as Jesus. And you know what pissed me off? He should have had the balls to say, yeah, I posted myself as Jesus. What? You didn't find it funny? Fuck you. Fuck the Pope. Fuck Catholicism. I'm the man. I'm in the middle of a fucking war.
That's not even how he feels.
But he's I wasn't Jesus. I was a Hitler. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Hey, this is a good Oleg right here, bro.
Let me ask you a question, Simone.
Yeah, what's up, bro?
Do you believe that Donald Trump believes that was a picture of him, like superimposed as a doctor? Do you believe that he believes that?
Yeah, I don't really. To me personally, let's say that he believes that he was like poking fun and he was Jesus, just like what he put today.
Yes and no question with like all these words.
I'm just saying that maybe, but I just don't fucking care, right? Like I'm an outcome contingent person.
That's crazy because that's the closest.
Bro, you guys have an expectation of how our president is supposed to fight, and I'm telling you that there's certain styles.
No, it's just preference. It's not expectation. It's preference.
Hold on. But yeah, I'm saying that right now, right? Styles make fights. There's certain fighters that people look at and they're like, man, this motherfucker's boring, but he's 50-0, right? Would you rather have the 50-0, or would you rather have people saying, hey man, can you fight different? Can you throw more punches? Can you stand there so the guy can hit you? And then he's looking at you like, 50-0? Fuck your 50-0. We want to be entertained. Come on, this is like weird stuff. This guy does it the way he does it. You got people right now, and I feel this way right now, regardless if it's Trump or not. I don't believe that the Pope, the prophet of the Mormon Church, or any actual like religious leader should expect some sort of like immunity when it comes to criticism when they step out of their lane. Especially when these people are supposed to be like so godly, when obviously
we're directly within their lane when he's talking about world peace. And
No.
Absolutely.
All right, so like before he's the Pope, he's criticizing actual policy of the United States of America.
He's criticizing war. He's criticizing
hold on, immigration.
Warmongering.
No, hold on. So like before he became the Pope, it's immigration.
No, you'd like to say immigration. No, it's the main way in which ICE and the Department of Homeland Security was conducting operations. Let's be real. Let's be honest.
That sounds like immigration.
You can't do that.
Yeah, that sounds like immigration.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, bro! What the fuck is
Department
this?
of Homeland Security was conducting their immigration. What's up with you?
Pope, before he was the Pope, criticized the immigration. So, what's the problem? All right, cool. So, like, now he's the Pope, okay? So, as the Pope, what you need to do is, like, think about how everybody's kind of looking at you for the spiritual guidance and, like, where you are infallible and where you are fallible. If he steps out of the...
even the criticisms of VHS, how does that fall outside of his, like something that he can talk about? Preaching humanity. That's what the Pope fucking does.
Fuck. All right, never mind.
Yeah, never mind. What are you saying?
I think a lot of Catholics will tell you, with their history, that Jesus is not a pacifist. That in certain circumstances, the sword, and not a metaphoric one that cuts up metaphoric apples, is actually to be used. And when he comes out and he starts criticizing, like, I guess, this open border
policy, or this closed border policy, right? Saying it's inhumane or whatever this is, right? Like what he's actually doing is like superseding the authority of the United States of America, where there's supposed to be like this separation of religion and state. So then as an American in the state domain, I'm going to say, let the freak out, bro. Like, speak to your people over there. Stop criticizing and making everybody believe that America's evil. Like, is that a hard request to make? And if you make that request, all of a sudden you're being blasphemous to the guy? You're like, come on, what the hell is this, bro? You can't speak your mind in America more? You can't be like, I'm not even a Catholic, but I still got to be quiet? What type of stuff is that?
I thought this was
We're in Nazi Germany?
Yeah, I thought this was America.
Are we in North Korea? Louis? We can't speak what we want to speak about? Because somebody has the cloak of amenity or of amenity, everybody knows who the hell he is. Immunity? So he's beyond reproach?
Well, Pope Francis was critical of Trump's border wall.
See?
Trump's new announcement that he just did.
Pope Leo XIV, he criticized the what is it again? Stuff in Venezuela.
Bro, Trump made this statement. Do you believe it, Louis? Trump said that they purposely got this American guy to be the Pope so that he can influence Trump's policy.
That's stupid.
Sounds right to me.
Sounds right that the
So Trump announced that there's going to be a tax cut, right? And the tax cut is that we're going to have to look. Okay, so let me just.
Man, let me look this up before I get this fake.
Yes. Read directly what it is. All right. It's So basically, the gist of it, from what I'm understanding, right, and for like the most part, not like some special person works in a special field. And like, it's going to be that you're not going to have to pay the tax on the income, but it's not going to be deducted from your taxable income at the end of the year. So they're not going to take it away now. They're just going to take it away at the end of the year. It's basically what it is, and they call it a tax cut. It's saying they're removing the pay-G tax withholding. That does not reduce the taxable income. It only delays at the end of each financial year. The tax effect is zero. This is not a tax cut. I don't get why Trump is calling this a tax cut. So here's also what's happening simultaneously. The AR market bubble is popping, right? It is happening. Anthropics is announcing that it's going to be based on usage. People don't understand that when you get ChatGPT, when you get Claude, you're actually getting Claude and all this stuff they're losing money on it, right? They're losing money, especially like for the power users, they're losing money on it, right? The war that Iran has kind of sped this up. Now Trump's an tax cut, which really is, we're not going to take money at the end of the week out of your check, but you got to do that. Like it still doesn't take away from the total income. I don't know. This just seems that he's trying to do anything, a very populist move for the midterms, bro. This is bad, bro. This is bad. The economy's gonna tank, guys. The economy's gonna tank.
I actually thought Nathan had something good.
What? And she just made the announcement. You know what?
I'll tell you
I'm gonna go back to watching the market.
Let me tell you, Buzz News.
Nathan keeps on doing the meta. I'm gonna go to like a non-meta room.
I was gonna say it was news technically, but it was really disappointing.
So, Bo, did you see the Pakistani dude's command stick pause?
Does the Armenian army have a silly little, how Pakistan and India go high stepping at each other?
No, we don't do any of that nonsense. The Greeks have they wear the little skirts with the boots and do the sidestep and shit.
I saw you come off mute line. You can go ahead. I'll go after you.
Yeah, we
Just
just
let me
constantly
stop
get
it.
invaded and killed by the Turks and Azeris. That's what we do. We don't have time to make up dances.
Wait, so you like the Kurds steal the guns? You want the Kurds to have the guns, all right?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I don't give a flying fuck about the Kurds.
Oh, so you just let the Turks and Kurds go at each other?
I mean, I can't stop them. The Turks hate the Kurds more than they hate the Armenians, bro. More than they hate the Haiks. The Turks will never be peaceful with the Kurds. And vice versa.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, is all the bullshit over?
Yeah, we're in a ceasefire.
I'll go after Lion.
Hell no. You know what happened, bro? Is that Oleg wanted us to believe that these IRGC people are so crazy that they're going to kill 60 million people.
Absolutely.
Yeah, nobody cares. Yo,
70 million people.
Does anyone have HBO Max here? Does anyone have HBO?
80 million people.
Does anyone have HBO?
I do.
I do.
Where does it start?
Are you watching DTF St. Louis?
Let me put it on.
What is DTF St. Louis? Oh. You gotta watch it. What's it called? Patrick Bateman's in. Jason Bateman or Patrick Bateman? No, you're right. Oh, I was gonna say because I don't know what Patrick Bateman is, but if it's you're right. Patrick Bateman, fuck you, and you knew that I fucked up, and you tried to embarrass me, and I'm embarrassed. Fuck you, Tim. Fuck you, and the Patriots are gay. Fuck you. But yes, it is Jason Bateman. No, yeah, that was just about a guy. I agree with you. But it's a kind of murder mystery kind of movie. Show. You didn't see Carry On? It's a show. I don't know what that is. Damn, you didn't see Carry On? What's Carry On? The Jason Bateman. It's like a Christmas. Okay, it's a Christmas movie on the same level Die Hard is. You didn't see the Jason Bateman movie with a dude from Kingsman? Kingsman? That's the fucking the fucking British guy? Yeah, the little blonde British dude.
Carry On was really good. I watched it.
Yeah, Carry On.
I like Pitt on HBO.
What's it called?
Pitt. P-I-T-T. It's the hospital.
Whoa. Lounge like kids. KID.
And I'm gonna watch the DTF. I keep going past that, and I didn't know if it was good. Okay.
No, it's good. It's like a murder mystery. It's like a weird, like dark humor kind of.
I like dark humor.
Yeah, but it's like a murder mystery.
Okay.
Wait, what is it?
It's called DTF St. Louis. It's on HBO.
Thank you. Nathan Knowledge, are you here?
Actually, I actually didn't catch the last episode. It comes out on Sundays. It's actually it's airing right now every Sunday. I'm not sure how many episodes it's gonna go. It's the first season. Good show.
No.
Them niggas are. I think Nathan is painting a naked man or something. And Gustavo is like, I don't know.
The model for the naked man that Nathan's painting.
Most likely that, or probably like undergoing some like knee extension surgery to like add like 4 inches.
Yikes. So do we still have the policy that we'll restart the room when a Value Right Belts Chillism member is removed?
Wait, who got kicked? Who got kicked?
Yesterday morning, Shy Shy got removed.
My host. It can't kick it. Yes, she kicked it. Kick it. My host. We know. I never know. Now we know who did it. You see how I swear off the button? No.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. No, I heard the room being restarted, and I was like, what's the lie?
Oh, yeah, we know you did it. Yep, we got him.
When did she get kicked?
Why you do that, Nate?
Yesterday morning.
Why you fix Shy?
I think Shy. I know she got kicked.
So where were you? Where were you at the time Shy got kicked? You have an alibi?
I don't know. No. I remember her being in once, and her being told, like, hey, you're being loud, she got moved down.
You remember or you know?
I remember. Who was there too? You were complaining about it too. You remember when? Yes, she was.
I did what's his name? One more time. I said one more time, but it seemed like you were a little more passionate.
I tried to move. Nathan said you're coming with me also, bro. Taking you down with him. No, how many people did you move down? No honor among thieves. One more time. I moved a couple people down, but I didn't move Shy down. I tried to move it down, and it said error. I was like, oh, someone got me before. So you're blaming the computer? Is that what we're hearing, Mr. Gates? No, someone did it before. That's what usually happens when someone does it before you. I'm like, got it before I did. But
well, they didn't just get her; they got her.
Why she doesn't say it in the chat or the Discord? This reminds you of that time that Bill Gates
you guys never
hold on, gentlemen, please. We haven't checked the Discord, not yet. Huh? What did you say, no? You said what?
Why didn't you put it in the chat? Because if you write in the chat and get kicked, you can't write in the chat.
No, I mean the Discord.
The Discord that you guys never checked?
I mean.
More Discord.
Now let's check your back channels from Shy. Her username is guess 3 something 27. I think.
Check right now, bro.
Y'all niggas just not vigilant, bro.
That's a fact.
Louis kicked up. I think Nathan needs more lube. Hold on. Chop you. I don't think she got kicked. You get that Diddy oil for Nathan here. Hold on. He's gonna keep squirming.
Lie about getting kicked.
That's that Shy.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
No. It's in there. I have a message from Sasha yesterday. She got kicked from the room. I'm not for her.
At what time?
I just.
Yeah, y'all niggas wasting play, bro.
Tell you the time?
Can't do nothing about it right now.
What time she sent the message?
Come on, it says 1 day ago. It doesn't say a time. It just says yesterday.
He's lying.
I
believe knowledge.
I can take I can. Yeah.
Yo, you don't have to corroborate your lies, bro. It's okay.
I think Louis kicked her, you know.
Yeah, it was me the whole time.
Oh wait, hold on, Nathan. Which troll are you gonna claim to? The one that Shasha wasn't kicked, or the one that Louis kicked her? Which one you going for? Cause you kind of split there.
I didn't kick her.
Did I say you kicked her? When did you hear that words come out of my mouth?
Where were you on the morning?
I got a message.
Eastern Standard Time.
I got a message from Sasha yesterday saying who kicked me. I had no idea she got kicked because I don't read the messages.
Well, this wouldn't have
Knowledge, you can check knowledge. How about this? You can check the logs. I can't check the logs.
Oh yeah, this room is still there from yesterday, but they don't show who removed people.
Yes.
They don't show who removed people.
Oh, you're right. So before it used to tell you who moves people down, who freaking kicks them, but I don't think it shows you that anymore. Let me see.
I don't think it shows you if the host does it.
No, it used to.
Yeah, but if the host, if someone who's not the host kicks somebody down that doesn't shut, so.
Who's not the host, right? I was the host.
Nathan,
so
move me down, Nathan, and see if it registers on the.
No. I would never do that.
No, you wouldn't do it. You can move me down. I'll come right back up.
Okay, only because you say you come back up. Forgive me, Monica.
Yo, that hurt. That really hurt that nigga. Yo, look at that. You heard his voice? You said,
It was.
forgive me.
Y'all stop hating. Stop hating. Now I'm just gonna check the logs. I can't check the logs.
So, the hating on me is kind of hard me.
Yo, Gustavo.
Monica, you said you was gonna come back instantly. You said you waited so long? Wow, it's
Gustavo, I'm tripping or you can't see that? You can't see that they keep moving there, right?
I'm still upset that you allowed that to bother you this morning, Nathan. That was not cool.
Let's
go. Say that Nathan moved Monica down?
Yeah, I can see it. I'm telling you. I can see the log.
No, wait, because my shit is not saying Nathan moved her down.
yeah, because you know that happened.
Okay, so then you guys see everything.
Down. Yes.
Alright, so y'all know, so y'all niggas just capping.
I can't see it because I'm not on an iPhone.
Wait a minute, but it doesn't show who removed people from the room.
Oh, you don't see
And it doesn't show who muted people either. It only shows who moved who down. So if I move myself down, it would show in the history that I moved myself down. So the people who are crying, who moved me, and they move themselves down, they get to be called out.
Wait,
It
so
doesn't
Gustavo, do you know who kicked Shot? Because it was show for you, no?
Look. Hold on. I went back like 20-something hours, but let me go more back. Let me find out. Hold on.
Tim is happy in the goo. He said nobody needs to bring him up. He moved himself down and is trying to scapegoat Oleg.
Thank God. Now, leave that dude right there where he is.
I'm off the line.
Oh, shit.
I'll go right after the line before 10.
Taser, I'm happy to feed you. The truth will set you free.
It needs to go further. It needs to show who muted people and who removed people from the room. But I don't know why you're arguing. Because historically, White Blue Zone rooms get rebooted every morning. So she would have been back in here this morning had protocol been followed, gentlemen.
No, we've been having a busy one, and I didn't want to see that.
You know,
maybe it's a correlation.
Yeah, I just found out who kicked her, man. That's wild.
You're not going to tell us?
Yeah.
No,
that is crazy.
Wait, first tell us how you
Look, I don't snitch, but it's in the history log. Bro, that is crazy.
Yeah, but like we don't have access to the history log.
Okay,
the mods who have Apple phones, they do have history.
Well, I would like for whoever removed her from the room.
Was it Nathan though? Was it Nathan though?
It means more to me if the moderator admitted it without being called on.
Gustavo, how long ago was it?
Bro, it was 25 hours ago. 25 hours ago. Yeah, bro, it's damn. The fact that no one did it to me is crazy. I'm not snitching. I don't snitch. But bro,
you don't snitch. You just process of elimination.
You don't snitch.
You're one of the biggest snitches in
So now we restart the room?
Yeah, I think we should, to be honest. So Shy was kicked. She sent me a DM. She was kicked. It's logs. I think we should start a new room.
25 hours ago, that was like around 8 o'clock yesterday.
No. It tells me 24. It tells me 24 plus hours, meaning anything past. It could have been anything past 24 hours. It could have been 8 in the morning yesterday. It could have been 9 in the morning. It just tells me 24 plus hours. Who kicked her?
That's what we're trying to figure out right now.
They know exactly
It's in the
who
log.
picked her.
Yeah, it's in the log.
Why is it that I'm always
They
in
won't
this room?
tell us.
Nathan is always doing meta. Like, man. Did we just talk about the topic?
I like meta.
No, we didn't talk about the topic.
Meta's my favorite.
Yo, Samoa, you should have been. Yo, Samoa, you should have been in the morning. Yo, Incan was gaining from some. Yeah, he was gaining from shit.
Oh my god. Hey, bro, why you gotta hold
He
your
was
buddy?
scratching,
Why you gotta hold your buddy?
He was scratching his arm.
What the fuck?
He was
We're
freaking
having
rubbing
fucking
his
lightsaber
nose.
competitions, and you were here putting my car fucking
He
solo,
was
bro. What the
speeding
fuck?
this morning. He was crashing out on everybody this morning.
Nah, I crashed out on two people.
Look, someone came in the room, said, "Hey, Incan, how are you doing?" He couldn't help it, bro. He was crashing. Oh my god.
Hey, yo, Simone. The idea that he said it was like, this motherfucker did this, and they shit you not for like 10 minutes.
It's crazy how
So it's Wednesday. What should be? We're restarting the room? What should be the new title? What should be the new title? Oh, okay.
That's crazy how it hasn't even been a full minute.
No, did you heard?
Already finished.
No, did you heard what Nathan did to me this morning?
What happened?
Man, like,
It's like that one.
had a cute, had a cute.
Before you do that, all right, I'm going to start a new room.
With the replay, so I can tell this story on record.
I just made it. What you call it just now? The event. You want to just start it from there? I got that new event started.
You want to start it? You want me to start it?
I'll start it right now. I just set up the event. I'll start it right now.
Stop being gay. Yo, Gustavo, we can't find it, bro.
It's there. Well, I can see it. I don't know if you can see it, but I can see it.
My shit don't say 20. You said 27 hours.
No, it just says 24 plus hours. It doesn't. That's why I said 25.
There you go. All right,
I know who kicked it.
Oh.
Sequel.
No, it was me. It was me.
Nah, it was sequel.
She-Wolf doesn't not admit when she does things, though. She's always been pretty straightforward. When she throws rocks, she shows her hands. Now that bitch Ninja Oleg, I don't know. He always looks real shiesty too.
Damn.
Wait, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, yeah.
Yeah, I can see it. It was Red Rum.
Red Rum?
Fucking re-drummed did it again.
Nah, bro.
I mean, his name is Murder, spelled backwards.
I would get along so well with Red Rum and IRL, bro. I could already tell, bro.
Bro, it's the best when he slaps, bro.
Yes.
Yes. Yo, Incan, can I tell Oleg what you sent me today? Yes, bro. Oleg, he sent me a reel that Nicole Pashinyan posted.
Yeah, in the car, right?
Yeah, listening to fucking...
Bro, this is embarrassing.
The Future song. I forgot the name of the song. The one that samples got so much right.
Molly Perkins.
And it gets sent to me
it's
like
that
this.
part with like chase a bitch or you know something about bitches. It's like, bro, you're the head of state, you son of a bitch. Fucking straight to the dungeon.
Incan sent it to me like this is what I imagine Red Rum is like.
Bro.
I told him, Incan, if you tell him that, he'll kill you.
He'll fucking dox you and then appear in front of your house, bro.
It's the biggest disrespect to Armenians to be compared to that guy.
Some people love him. He's like 50.
You know who loves him? Jehovah's Witnesses love him.
What?
Yeah, I'm not even making that up.
No, I'm convinced that Samoa is Mormon. I'm convinced of it.
He's non-denominational Christian.
Samoa is a Yugoslavian AI released onto the world in the 80s. Okay, you guys have no idea what you're dealing with. Be careful.
Yo, like, you have a rough day at work or a good day at work? I can't tell. You're all aggressive.
Yeah. I'm pretty stressed out at work. The next fucking 3 months will be intense, but it's good. Settling some cases, but I have a lot of motions to write. Fucking a lot of depositions, a lot of mediations, but it's good. Just hectic. I filed 25 cases in 1 month, bro. I should have spaced them. I should have spaced them out a little bit more, but so I'm getting shafted with work, but it's good.
All right, gentlemen and ladies, there is a new room. Yes, sir. The link is in the chat. If y'all want to mod me up, I will put it on the Jumbotron and I'll shut this baby down.
Oh, yeah.
All right, there we go. All right, guys, let's move over. It is unusual.
3 hours, the room gets chilling.
Go ahead. No, you gotta get in early, Incan. The stage is open for rooms. It's like a fresh page. The Zimbabwe. What is the thing that cleans the ice? Zamboni. Thank you, Hagar. I've almost forgiven you. I've almost forgiven you from the betrayal of last month. We close. We almost good again. That hurt. That cut. Like, you don't know. All the slings and arrows that the haters lob at me in here are nothing. Like, my hide is tough. But the people that I admire and respect, the people whose opinion I value, when y'all guys come for me, I'm like, it's a paper cut with lemon juice. It burns. It's so painful.
You do know that, like, I didn't mean it as an insult, right?
I'm thinking you calling me an edible mother.
Not edible. The edible is different from devouring.
Devouring mother is the same.
No.
My
mother is a devouring mother, and I would
control freak.
Anybody, not control freak, but like, they just don't know how to express the immense love that they have, so they are constantly fearful of losing their child to something else, right? Like to a wife, or in my case, my fiance. So I have a very devouring mother.
That's difficult.
It is. It is. But they're getting better. They're falling in love with each other.
Oh, that's good.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not like 2 women that are.
Now they're gonna gang up on you. Oh
exactly.
No.
I have a devouring mother and a devouring fiance, so.
No, hey God. But they love you. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. All right, head over there. I'll be right behind you. All right, guys, closing the room.
of these I bought, like this one here, it's supposedly a Basquiat, and I saw it go for 65,000. I spent like $500 on it. You didn't autograph this one? Good. I mean, it's supposedly a Basquiat. Damn. That it really was fucking money laundering. He even installed a flash. I mean, wasn't he just like a burned out hair, like, you know? Yeah, he was a heavy kid. pulling the guy running for Congress. Yeah. His brother was like a star football player. Smash ran into him. They were going to this party at this girl Emily Clark's house. No, seriously. Yeah, they're going to Emily Clark's house. Or Tom's house. Oh no, Chrissy Hayes' house. And I went there, and it was just every fucking pop shit in school. It was like the coolest party ever. And I was having the time of my life. And I was like, all these girls that I never talked to were not talking to me, whatever. And it was just like that. I'm the fucking man. I'm coming down the stairs with beer in my hand, and I just wipe out so hard. And I like to the point where like I probably broke some shit, but like I was everyone thought I died because there's blood everywhere. And I apparently I just get up and I'm just like, all right, what's going on? And like slap my blade hand on the thing. And I looked like Avatar character. And they run up to my friend and they smash him in the face. And they run out of the bar. My friend jumped back up like spring like nothing happened. I was like, you okay? He was down. What was that about? I don't know. But it turns out that our other friend looks like our friend. He robbed them in the bathroom. Was struck by cocaine. He said to shove it in his face in the toilet. Smart. After stealing the cocaine. Old Luke, huh? Yeah, I was like, oh, I wonder why they want to kill you. Yeah, I don't blame him. Why would you stick a guy's face in the toilet? I know. Buying cocaine from an illegal Mexican. I'm glad I know what I mean. Did you rent an apartment? Why can't you just live at your dad's place? No, I do. And my rabbi had a place for me. That's so awkward. Well, his dad's place is sweet. What's the problem? You can't make a bitch. You can bring her over for a coffee, can't you? What? Bring her over for a coffee and fuck her at her place. Not the coffee stuff. Anyways, I'm just saying, if your dad's got a dope place, what's the problem? That's what it's worth for me to live my life out. Not just, not limit. I meant like kosher. Like, I really need to get to God's country. West Rogers Park. Do you like how much harder it is to get, like, kosher food and that kind of shit? It's, like, actually annoying. I couldn't hear you. What were you saying? That, what was this? That, you can't be kosher at Dad's house? It's like, I really need to watch Parker's Park. It's like, I really want to live in a Jewish area. It's like hard to actually be kosher and host to God and all that. There should be some other priorities in your life that you want to be. So that is. Yeah, I know, but like, it's also a question of money, isn't it? What? It's a question of money too, isn't it? For me, it's a question of money. I'm not doing good. No, I actually have money in the bank. I just got $1,400 back. Yeah. When I thought you sold my wedding ring. I want to go see your wedding dances. What? In Kansas City, they do not let you photograph the area where all the tax returns come in. Yeah. Because if you saw how they actually handle the tax return, you would realize mailing in a paper tax return guarantees no audit. Because all they do is take a check for whatever's in the envelope, they just fucking file it, goes into a huge filing system, and they ship it off to a paper next time for your papers, whatever. And with this time I filed digital. I did digital. If you cheat on your taxes, do the paper. Because there's no, it's not digital. That's really good to know. I don't, to my knowledge. I mean, we all do in different directions. Like, I gave a bunch, I only added like one of the charity donations. I gave some more, I didn't give a shit. That's totally fuck around and see what see what save myself much money. I just wasn't. I didn't want to fuck around too much, so. Like that kind of scared me. Where he's like, audience is so expensive, it's not worth it. Yeah.
You should see mine.
Plus, I'm like,
Target to prostitutes? I'm confused.
Yeah. What about it?
Oh, here's the John Locke book I got. Pretty good. I got Thomas Paine, John Locke. This is a really interesting book here. It's expensive. It's very interesting. It's the ISIS.
What is the Isaiah tablet?
I had never heard of it before.
Me neither.
It's from ancient Egypt. It's like a 5x3 copper plate.
Yeah.
But all these hieroglyphics, like there's an interpretation to it. So this book deals with the like occult interpretation of it. This was the guy.
He's got
Westcott Supreme.
Yes.
But it's beautiful. So that's I guess maybe the real relief, or that maybe that might be the real relief. But this is the hand drawn one. And so I haven't gotten into. I was reading about the history of it, but I haven't gotten into the actual translation of the hieroglyphics yet. But I believe it's ISIS. I believe it's ISIS. Like some kind of ceremony. Like, so anyways, I'm gonna find out what it's about. But this book is, printed in England. Beautiful. But look at this. This is their own binding company. But this is from a group in England called Hellfire Club.
Oh, I know about that.
Occult mystics or something.
Yeah. There was actually some founding fathers. I think Benjamin Franklin was in that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
You know, Jake Tapper.
But they send me all. I've been buying their books, and they're expensive. Sure. They're not doing great. Those are all the great things about old stuff. It's just like. Army colonel from the British Army who was friends with Crowley, Aleister Crowley. So just take any page in here and read it, and it's very interesting.
Let's go on the Zohar. Interesting. Yeah, because Judaism, you know, like, well, there was no Torah until Moses, and so Judaism was all world until Sinai.
There's like a consistent Donald Trump room on Clubhouse.
This makes you.
Candace versus Trump.
No, the other. Agnes is the.
Candace versus Trump. Pokeboy! Who will survive? Pokeboys. I was thinking about buying one of these. So it's kind of like, there's masculine ones, right?
No, I tried to get a masculine one. They all come out.
Yeah, what the fuck? And none of them are practical. Where's like the badass, like, I want the mega.
Do you know what a fan is? It's actually like a magical instrument, like a wand.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's also an illusion, because you're not actually changing the temperature.
Well, you know what happens? No, but what it is also a breathing device. Because when you're fanning yourself, you go and you start taking deep breaths. So it's like a magical instrument.
Interesting.
Deep breaths, yeah.
Did you know that, Debbie?
I mean, nobody can talk to you together.
Yeah, no. I was just kidding.
I see your dad pop on, and I was like, I'll have like a Trump room open, and your dad will come in, but he won't raise his hand or anything. He'll just leave.
I'm just.
90s edition part 1. Number 6.
that rush hour?
The Players Club. Oh, shit. Number 8. God, wait.
Oh, no.
The Sixth Man. Oh, shit. Number 9. My great-great-granddaddy was a slave. He was dead. Let me talk.
That was Chris Tucker, but I don't know.
Dead president. Oh, dead president. Oh, yeah. Number 10.
Missed two.
Son, you're doing this wrong. I ain't going back there, no way. Central. South Central, yeah. Number 11.
That's 3.
Right. No. Every time we get out, you start looking like you done career. Set it off. Number 12.
Ah. Alpha Tower Ranch.
Can you guess the movie by the clock? Nigga burned down the whole kitchen.
Of course not, dude. You gotta switch those things.
Can you finish
Not
the
good
lyrics?
fine. I just fucked them up like.
This South is ours. Number 1.
Because they were afraid. I think that they are threatening to do. Not lobbying effort, the idea that what Saudi Arabia wants and what Trump wants are two different things. Particularly significant when you remember that one
would say, things you have in your mind, in your body that you are using to be a deal maker in this very complex, I would say, field, which is peace.
Yeah, so I think peace is not that different than business.
That's Jared Kushner.
Okay. That's, of course, Trump's son-in-law. You all know who he is, Jared Kushner. That was in 3 weeks ago, 28 days into Trump's war with Iran. And the event he was speaking at was a Saudi investment conference in Miami, Florida. It was hosted by none other than Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. And even though Kushner is currently one of Trump's top negotiators with Iran, he was introduced at this Saudi investment event as a private citizen, as the founder and chief executive of his investment firm, Affinity Partners. You know, the investment firm of Kushner's that got a cool $2 billion from the Saudis after Trump's first term. That one. Now, the firm that the New York Times reports Kushner is actively trying to raise another $5 billion for from Gulf states like Saudi Arabia, while also leading negotiations with Iran, all happening at the same time. Now, I should note that in the months since the Times published that scoop, Kushner's firm has said that it does not intend to take in any additional capital while Jared is volunteering for the government. But the thing is, that commitment certainly doesn't exist once he leaves, and it certainly looks like he's lining up investments for when that day comes. I think this problem here is that Kushner has a clear conflict of interest. The White House insists that Kushner only acts in the best interest of the American people. But now one of his biggest benefactors, a country that has pumped literally billions of dollars into his company's coffers, a country that he's now asking to give him billions of dollars more, that country disagrees with Trump on how the U.S. should be negotiating with Iran. And Jared is one of the top negotiators. Today, Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund announced its strategy for the next 4 years of investments. The fund says it plans to prioritize domestic investments inside Saudi Arabia, meaning maybe not investing as much in firms run by the son-in-laws of U.S. residents. We'll see. But maybe if Kushner plays his cards right, the Saudis will change their mind. Now, I should say that Kushner is adamant that his business life and his diplomatic life are two separate things. It's impossible not to see the connections here. I mean, Jared isn't the only walking, talking conflict of interest on the U.S. side of these negotiations either. Today, the Financial Times reported that the Saudis may also be backing out of their American golf league, Live Golf. Golf is, of course, the league that was a lifeline for Trump and is an empire of golf courses after the PGA.
Okay, I'm gonna stop it there because I just wanted to show you guys how Jared Kushner. What is going on? He doesn't know nothing about what he's doing. Talking about business is peace. Business is the same as peace. This is something so important for that whole region over there. They're not really taking this shit seriously. They're sending Jared Kushner, J.D. Vance, who has no experience doing that, and that other weird guy who I just don't know who he is either. And
but to be representing himself as a private citizen, while we're saying that he's over there representing America's interests, that is wow.
And he said he's volunteering. Did you hear that? He's acting like he's going over there and he's not charging the United States a dime. That is, you know, that's some bullshit.
So here's another problem. Bibi Netanyahu literally stayed in his room when he was a kid. His dad and Bibi are like besties. And like they say, when Bibi would come to America back in the day, and Jared was little, he was sleeping in his room. So the fact that Israel is who pushed us into this war or convinced Donald Trump to go ahead and take this action, saying it's going to be easy. So how do you think our interests are being served? Whose interests are being served with Jared Kushner being, over there in that room with the Iranians?
So Bibi and Kushner's daddy were having pajama parties when they were younger. When they come
to America, Jared Kushner his room, they would give his room up, and Bibi would sleep in his room when Bibi would come to America.
Stake in a cryptocurrency firm founded by Trump and Woodcock's families. Months later, a fund backed by the country made a $2 billion deal using the Trump and Woodcock family digital coins. Now, the White House has said that Woodcock does not participate in any official matters that could impact his financial interests. we get that map of the trade routes Iran is threatening to blockade up there on the screen again? But it certainly seems like it would be bad for Saudi Arabia and the UAE. You can see that looking at the map.
What is this thing?
Good thing they have really good relationships with the key negotiators in charge.
Okay, so this is interesting, y'all.
Shred all your crimes.
So,
Shred all your crimes.
a fund backed by Abu Dhabi would be making a $2 billion business deal using the Trump's firm's digital coins. And what is he not? Trump is making money hand over fist. Now, the guy who was also the real estate investor / lawyer, they're all over there making all kind of backdoor deals for billions of dollars. They ain't even worried about what's going on over there in Iran. Okay, this is definitely Bibi's war because Trump is saying this gives me an opportunity to start, cutting some deals.
Excuse me, and you know what they're gonna say? No. Well, Hunter Biden did it.
Yeah, Hunter Biden didn't do it right. Hunter Biden, if he would follow the Trump plan, he'd still be rich and be able to pay his lawyer fees that I heard he can't afford to pay his lawyer fees now. So Biden and Hunter didn't do it right. They didn't grift the correct way because the Trumps are making money hand over fist. And I didn't know that they were also
He went in the Matrix.
business. The Saudis were, huh?
You cut off on my end, but maybe that was me. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's all I had to say on that. This is wild.
If the midterms do what we're thinking they're going to do, all this stuff is on record. So literally, the top 10 days that the stock market had were days after, like, he said he was going to do a tariff and did a taco. When this thing with the oil and some of the stuff with the war, playing the markets, like people betting on stuff, they can track all of this stuff, what his kids are doing. All this that's going on, the enriching themselves in the presidency, if we get to a point to where they can start to have committees and start to actually dig into this, then there's going to be a lot of meat on the bone for them to really go after him. But, everything is just pending, hinging on November, and that's why, Trump is going to try to do whatever he can, the majority, to keep that from happening.
One thing about Kushner that's interesting, right, is that he's fast becoming this sort of like an agent who represents multiple big-name clients. He's gaining so much leverage because on one side, there's a tremendous amount of money that was behind him, right? Now that's in jeopardy. But on the other side, he increasingly has more and more control over the investment, the loans, and the actual businesses, their boards that are being bought. One business in particular was EA Games. EA Games is the largest video game publisher, and it's the American video. It's like the top American video game franchise publisher in the world and representative for all video game publishers. It's a tremendous loss for America not to have that company because sometimes that company has been responsible for producing both culturally and historically, and just American, I would just say it captures American culture, and that's something that will probably change under Saudi ownership. And last, this was not totally possible by money alone, Some of the stuff was, in that particular case, and this is happening in pretty much all the deals, JP Morgan is financing these people to buy these things.
Thank you for that, Left. That part I didn't even know. But we have something really interesting. I guess Trump is crying now to the Iranians that is what Lawrence is going to be talking about right now. I'm sorry the clips are coming back to back, but I kind of like ran into, you know what I did. Here. Welcome to 420, y'all. It's time for Lawrence O'Donnell. We're going to try to also do some of the conspiracy theories that I wanted to do last night when it came to Michael Jackson. So if you guys are sensitive, you can leave early before class is over. And we can't stay open until 3 o'clock in the morning this time because I was literally falling asleep at work. That has never happened to me, ever. I was drinking coffee, lattes, Red Bulls. Like, what is wrong with you? That's a second Red Bull. You shouldn't drink those. It gives you kidney stones. I was like, it's either that or I'm going to be flat on my face. So we're going to put in as much work as we can possibly do. And then kind of close up before 3 o'clock in the morning. I got to get a little bit of sleep. And then everybody in the house is sick. Are you guys getting summer colds, allergies, anything out there?
No, not really.
No?
No, I won't be surprised because it's been 80 the last 2 days, and then it's going to drop back down to 30. So I'm expecting to see a lot of people sick.
Yeah, it's 80. It was 60, I think, the day before. Now today, I'm assuming it was 60. Now today it's 80 something. I don't know what it's going to look like tomorrow. But the kiddos are all sick, and I feel like, I'm just tired. I'm worn down. So we're going to...
I got yellow fever.
Are you just lying?
It's Donald Trump. It's the evil of Donald Trump. He's making everyone sick with his behavior.
Fall for this shit. Why do I always fall for this shit?
Because you gullible.
Y'all, you shouldn't be joking like that with a nurse. Come on now.
You should have seen orange fever from Trump. That would have been.
Well, I wasn't even looking at the screen, so I don't even know who it was. So I'm just like, yellow fever. A lot of stuff is coming back, though, you guys. There's a lot of, because people are not getting, they're not getting their inoculations. A lot of dumb shit is starting to surface back up. So I believe anything at this point. So,
shout out to RFK.
Shout out to RFK. And then, did you see the Donald Trump said that Diet Coke cures cancer or stops cancer or something like that?
We got half of it right.
What did he say?
He does cure grass, right? He said it. That was Dr. Oz, right? He said that if
no, I thought he said it was Donald Trump who said it.
Well, Dr. Oz was talking to Donald Trump, and he was being interviewed. And he told the interviewer that he was talking to Trump, and Trump said that he walked in on Trump, and he would push the button to get the soda. And he said he was also drinking a Fanta. And he said that, soda's probably good because you can pour it on grass and it'll kill grass. And then it'll probably kill cancer. But we all know that soda doesn't have cancer targeting.
So this is what these idiots are talking about in the break room.
I hate the Caucasian
That
Republicans.
we got in charge of major organizations standing around the break room talking about soda can kill grass and probably kill cancer.
Don't forget, grab my pussy.
How can I?
Remember, he told us to drink bleach.
You need to start every night. Well, I would start every night with that sister that broke down that he's the president of the illiterates. Because that just level set every night to understand what we're dealing with. Because that was real good how she broke down reading levels in this country, how he makes people feel about themselves, all of that. So that's what it is. Because none of this stuff it's nonsensical.
Yeah, there was another clip we played yesterday that I wanted to play today, breaking down the Iran war. I got so many clips I lost it. Let me try to juggle back through it and maybe I can back up. But I think we weren't listening to Lawrence O'Donnell at that point. I don't know. So anyway, let's click this off so we can get through it. And we can close up a little bit early.
Thanks, Jen.
Thanks, Lawrence.
Thank you. Donald Trump knows he is losing. Donald Trump knows the Democrats are going to win the congressional elections this year, and Donald Trump knows that that means a Democratic-controlled House of Representatives will very likely be forced by Donald Trump's own conduct to impeach him for a third
United States Senate, where the Democrats could be in majority control of the Senate next year for many reasons, including that today, Democratic leader of the Senate, Chuck Schumer, once again forced a vote on Donald Trump's war, and every Republican senator running for re-election this year chose to vote for Donald Trump's war, including Susan Collins of Maine, who could be digging her own political grave with that vote and handing over her Republican Senate seat to the Democrats in November. And Donald Trump knows this is happening. Donald Trump knows the Democratic chairman of congressional investigative committees next year and their highly skilled staff will work 7 days a week investigating Donald Trump's massive corruption, investigating Donald Trump's corrupt personal enrichment, using his position as president to enrich himself and his family. Donald Trump knows that those congressional investigative staff members will be working 7 days a week investigating corruption at every level of the Trump government, in every department and every cabinet secretary, including the fired cabinet secretaries. And Donald Trump just watched the voting population of Hungary rise up against the corruption of a prime minister, corruption that Donald Trump did everything in his power to try to continue. Donald Trump tried to corrupt the voters of Hungary by publicly offering them cash from the American government if they would just vote for the prime minister who it turns out they hated. Donald Trump is so afraid of becoming the next Viktor Orban, the next target of the kind of top-to-bottom corruption investigation Hungary's new prime minister is promising. Donald Trump fears losing the congressional elections so badly that he has turned to psychiatrists for help, as he publicly admitted today in a highly edited, favorably edited, no doubt, but still incapable of suppressing the madness, highly edited interview released by the Fox propaganda channel. When somebody gets elected president, that party always loses the midterms. I don't know why. Nobody can explain it. I asked people that are deep into the psychological world, I said, why is it that a voter votes for the opposite party? It's even when you have a good president. I asked people that are deep into the psychological world. With his 80th birthday approaching, Donald Trump can no longer come close to forming a normal sentence in a lifetime of listening to people speak English. You have never once heard someone say, I asked people that are deep into the psychological world. Psychology professionals include a range from psychologists to psychiatrists, social psychologists, and others. And social psychologists have actually done some very interesting work over the years about how voters make their choices. But I think we can just dismiss it as another Trump lie, with the awkward Trump phrasing of a seemingly crumbling brain. Because if Donald Trump did ever talk to people that are deep into the psychological world, he is just statistically likely to be talking to someone who thinks Donald Trump has very serious mental Trump, which was featured on this screen. In the first year of Donald Trump's presidency, the book started off expert watching him were able to make their contributions to that book based on their expertise. And in later editions, it went up to 37 psychology professionals analyzing Donald Trump. And in his very first appearance on this program, in the second month of Donald Trump's presidency, 10 years ago, former Harvard Medical School professor Dr. Lance Notice said this: lying
the way that he does it, repeated, dangerous lie, makes him unfit and is a sign of serious mental impairment. And to the extent he doesn't know reality, and I agree, by the way, I don't think he does know reality. Clearly, he doesn't have a clear grasp of it because he changes it. He makes up reality to suit his internal needs. And here we are 10 years later, and it is so much worse that finally everyone else in the news media has caught up with the issue of Donald Trump's obviously crumbling mental state. And after thousands of Trump supporters attacked the Capitol on January 6, 2021, after Donald Trump told them to go there to fight like hell, Professor Notice returned to this building 3 days after the January 6th attack and said this. A delusional psychopath who has been the same his whole life, and who we knew would get worse and more serious he desired, because that's what happens to people with this kind of severe disorder. So when Nancy Pelosi said that she was making sure that the nuclear button couldn't be pushed, that was very wise and made a lot of sense. It was not an overreaction in the slightest. And when she said he's unstable, absolutely, that is exactly the situation we're in and why he needs to be removed immediately yesterday. Really, because he is going to continue to get worse. He is going to continue to get worse. It's 5 years ago. And now finally, everyone, and I mean everyone, from the New York Times to Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene, agree that Donald Trump is much, much worse. You can go on the street of Harlem Street. I said, which is better? They said, either is okay. But you can call it either one. The only thing you can't call it is the Trump Street. They don't like that idea. Okay, now that is a wartime president. In the middle of the war, he started talking about what is now the central point of contention in his war, an important body of water, an important shipping channel that he apparently didn't know existed or didn't know what to call when he started his war. So he had to ask people. We heard former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton's laughter on Morning Joe this week when she was talking about Donald Trump having no idea that Iran had the power to close the Strait of Hormuz before he started his war and shut down 20% of the world's oil supply as it has done. And tonight the Strait of Hormuz remains 90% closed according to CNBC analysis of commercial shipping there. And Donald Trump wants to call it the Trump Strait. Why? Because it would be easier for him to remember? Just imagine Franklin Delano Roosevelt not knowing what to call the English Channel when General Dwight Eisenhower turned a history of warfare. The D-Day invasion in World War II, the turning point of that war. After that invasion was so successful, imagine President Roosevelt saying he wanted to call the English Channel the Roosevelt Channel. There would have been no smiles anywhere in the world. There would have been no defense, even of some kind of perverse, deeply sick joke. And if he said that, President Roosevelt would not have had a chance in his 1944 re-election campaign, which was quietly underway before and after the D-Day invasion. President Roosevelt went on to win his re-election that year to his fourth term before presidential term limits were amended to the Constitution. And the next year, President Roosevelt did something that Donald Trump does not know ever happened. Look, I ended 8 wars. And it's coming. But they ended 8 wars. Nobody's ever ended one war. Who's ended one? Nobody. Just when you think you might know the rough dimensions of Donald Trump's enormous ignorance, he says something like that, and you realize that he has no idea about the history of any wars, including the simplest possible history, which every American high school student knows about how World War II ended. Nobody has ever ended one war. Those are his exact words. Who's ended one? Nobody. That's what he said. If any other president had ever said that, it would
be the stupidest thing that president had ever said. But the media has been beaten into a full acceptance of how relentlessly stupid and massively ignorant Donald Trump is, and so Donald Trump doesn't know President Roosevelt successfully won World War II, effectively brought it to an end, but died in office in the final days of the war in Germany. And so Harry Truman, elevated from the vice presidency, was president when the United States Army marched into Berlin and accepted Germany's unconditional surrender, and months later accepted Japan's unconditional surrender. So Harry Truman ended 2 wars, a war in Europe and a war in the Pacific, in his first weeks in office. Nobody has ever ended one war. Who's ended one war? Nobody. Think of how ignorant, stupid, and completely out of control you have to be to say something like that. Every single person Donald Trump's age remembers how the Korean War ended in the truce between North Korea and South Korea. A truce that holds to this day. A truce negotiated by President Eisenhower. And of course, Republican President Gerald Ford ended the Vietnam War by simply surrendering and ordering the United States Army to flee from Vietnam. So yes, President Ford ended the Vietnam War by quitting, by surrendering. There's more than one way to end a war, and we have seen them all. Republican President George H.W. Bush waged a war against Iraq's invasion of Kuwait in 1990. The U.S. military drove Saddam Hussein's Iraqi army
For all people that want to live free from taxation.
it was planned. President George H.W. Bush ended that first Iraq war. Donald Trump was an American citizen for every one of those wars since World War II, but you'd never know it. And what's hard to tell now is when Donald Trump said, nobody has ever ended one war. Was that the stupidity speaking, or was that the insanity speaking? The problem for a president is it doesn't make any difference. Stupidity is as dangerous as insanity.
Have you been negotiating a lot all day? I mean, is that why your voice is...
I've been screaming at Iranians all day, yes. A little bit of it laryngitis because of my skin. I've been screaming at Iranians. So we may have the title of the next forming Amazon documentary about life in the Trump White House this month, about Donald Trump instead of Melania Trump. Screaming at Iranians. Coming up on Amazon. He seems to be lying about 2 things there. First of all, that's just his voice. That's the way he sounds on a good day now. I mean, asking why your voice sounds so weird and awful does seem like a well-targeted question for Donald Trump, who seems to choose a vocal style that he thinks sounds tough guy, I guess. It was not the vocal style he chose in the 1980s or the 1990s when he could be downright soft-spoken in interviews. Donald Trump's voice is a performance choice, just like his hair is a performance choice and always has been. And they are both very weird choices. And the voice is an unbearable choice for most people to listen to. The other thing that Donald Trump is no doubt lying about is screaming at Iranians. I've been screaming at Iranians all day. No, he hasn't. First of all, he doesn't do anything all day, except maybe look at social media and watch TV. And it is more than likely that Donald Trump did not speak to a single Iranian today, or that day when that was taped before they ended it. But if we were to take him at his lying or demented word that he was screaming at Iranians all day, it means he was losing all day in his screaming negotiations with Iranians, which have achieved absolutely nothing as of this hour tonight, with the Strait of Hormuz still 90% closed. Donald Trump is the first wartime president in history who doesn't know what to call his war. I had to go to a war. I had to go and fight a military operation. Some people would call it a war. Some people call it a military operation. Historians can engage in protracted debates about how much deception was involved in President Lyndon Johnson's massive escalation of the American involvement in the Vietnam War. So too, with George W. Bush's Iraq War, did the president lie us into war? Is a question that has been asked both about the Vietnam War and the Iraq War, but no president has ever made it so instantaneously easy to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Right now, you would have Iran with a nuclear weapon. That is a provable lie. That is a scientific. People can convince now. Everyone was poorly educated. I love the poorly educated. Donald Trump continues to engage in one-way combat with the Pope, something no president in history has ever chosen to do. Every Pope has been an opponent of the death penalty, and popes have, for decades, publicly objected to American governors' use of the death penalty, and sometimes personally begged for mercy in individual cases from the death penalty that could be delivered by those governors, and not one of those governors ever stopped an execution in deference to the Pope, but none of those governors ever attacked the Pope in the process. Donald Trump's toxic brew of extreme narcissism and extreme stupidity and extreme ignorance of everything, including religion itself, is the out-of-control engine driving Donald Trump's new mad war with the Pope. And at 8:34 a.m. today, Donald Trump decided he had the perfect way to get Catholics and all Americans on his side in his crazed war with the Pope by tweeting an image of Donald Trump being embraced in a way we have never seen Donald Trump embraced by a man. Never seen a real photograph of anything like that with Donald Trump. But there is this. There is Donald Trump with porn star Stormy Daniels, who he tried to pay off for her silence about their sexual encounter that occurred presumably once he took the goofy golf hat off in his hotel room at a golf tournament while Donald Trump's third wife was at home nursing her baby boy, who is now 20 years old and eligible for, but apparently politely refusing, service in Donald Trump's war. Donald Trump was convicted in his criminal and unsuccessful scheme to buy Stormy Daniels' silence. And so, the clownish man in the red hat in that picture with Stormy Daniels, who years later could not even negotiate a settlement with Stormy Daniels for her silence, now tells us every week that his war will end in a day or two and gas prices will come tumbling down immediately. But to achieve that, he's just going to have to spend one, maybe 2 more days screaming at Iranians. Being on for discussion tonight is Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota, who's a member of the Senate Judiciary Committee and the Senate Commerce Committee. She's also now a candidate for governor of Minnesota. Senator Klobuchar, I want to begin with the business of the Senate today. Thank you. And Leader Schumer, once again, putting the Iraq war to the Iran war, Donald Trump's war.
Here we go. That was very interesting. I don't know what he's screaming at Iranians. He's not even talking to them. How has he been screaming at Iranians all day? He's not even in the negotiations.
Like we've talked about, like Lawrence said, it's lies. So I like how Lawrence's style, where he digs into everything he says and then gives you what the reality of it is. So we just need to stop repeating the lies. That what what he said about that is no need to believe what Donald Trump said. Literally no need, and we know he lies. So maybe just move along from that one because
never.
So yesterday, Fox News made fun of your boy Lawrence O'Donnell. He is rooting for Iran. They call him a traitor, basically.
They call Lawrence O'Donnell a traitor?
Yeah, they say he's him, and then also they was talking about Bill Friedman, who made a statement that he wants to see Iran go down, but he doesn't want to talk to them. So they was playing clips of Democrats, and then we were going to go all in.
Did you guys already play the part where Lawrence O'Donnell showed
quote from the Parliament, and they said that Trump was a dangerous and corrupt gangster.
That was last night's episode. I think Lisa might have played that last night.
Oh, she played that.
What was the last night I left? Yeah, I think that was last night.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I did saw it today. So.
Oh no, you good. To Amari's point about Fox, I'm just saying that we're in a time now, like where it's 51%, 49%, everything, except that Trump is doing so many things to ruin his percentage. If he just could have stayed in the pocket, got the border under control, people were happy about what he was doing with the border. Even with ICE, he wasn't like taking L's until Renee Good and Alex Pretty got like killed, murdered. So, you know, even with all the stuff that was going on. But this stuff with the war, the stuff with Jesus, the stuff with the Pope, all this information about how Israel was over here in the Situation Room, like his numbers have dropped so badly to where it's just, now it's like Fox is just like they're just sort of spitting in the wind or pissing into the wind. So anything they're doing over there is just, you know, more people are believing that not Lawrence O'Donnell, you know, is a traitor, but he sounds like he's a truth teller or somebody's trying to lead us in a good direction. Fox is flailing right now. They have to be flailing just because Trump's numbers are flailing.
I would say this. I would say, and I was in my brother Matt Cool's room, and he could probably come on stage and tell you, put in the chat. A lot of people went back to the Epstein. So some people, you know, it's like, I think it's like 50-50, would you say, Matt Cool in the room? 50% of people felt that that's when they seem like, okay, this is not cool. So that would be early late, like Q3 of last year, you know, well before all this other shit started going down.
But when your story on Fox News is about O'Donnell telling the truth on his show, then you in trouble anyway, if that's what you're talking about. Well, O'Donnell, and I didn't hear them say O'Donnell was lying. They just said he was talking about it and called him a traitor.
Well, it sounds like they're not rooting for it. So I don't know. Do you know who Harold Ford Jr. is?
I do.
Yeah. So there's a big difference between the way Harold speaks and the way a lot of someone like O'Donnell does. It sounds like they don't root for America. They just root for anti-Trump.
Can I just say
it
something?
sounds like they just tell the truth of what's going on.
Right. That's exactly what I was going to say. They're just saying the news. It's nothing that he's saying that is not correct, that is a lie. They're just reporting the news. And what you guys can't even acknowledge is that something is wrong with this president. He's insane. Something is wrong with this president. He's insane. And you guys refuse to, you refuse.
And Harold Ford was also accused of sexual harassment. He was thrown out of his office as well. Thank you. That's before you were paying. That was before you were paying attention to politics. I didn't just start.
But Deborah, does that make him okay? He did that. Does that make him not a truth teller on the side of how he approaches the Democrats? I mean, for the most part, he's still in the
I'm saying nobody cares about how. Nobody cares about the difference between how Harold Ford depicts things versus Lawrence O'Donnell. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, that's we all have our own opinions, and I respect that. I would say, for me personally, I like the Harold Ford Jr.'s types. I like the people who are a lot more. Like just say, I want my country
to deal with the fact that I just called your president insane. See, that
that's not a lot. I mean, that's so.
He's crazy.
There's no argument there, Lisa. That's
so if
why
there's no argument there, why don't we get together and do the 25th Amendments? You just
I'm not
insane person. No. Okay, so the Republicans are just gonna see how far they can ride the insanity train.
Let's contact either two.
What exactly makes him insane? Are you projecting?
So hold on real quick.
What exactly makes him insane? Sir, go look at his tablet shit. You don't even have the top 10. The top 10. I know.
This guy. It sounds to me like she keeps projecting her own mental instability on Donald Trump as if he's a catch-all evergreen for everybody's complaint. He's a man. He's your president, baby.
Hold up. Let him go, Amari.
It's cricket crew talking about.
Amari. I don't know who it was. I guess you dropped him.
No, he's still on stage.
Yeah, I'm still here, baby.
No, me, I don't know you. I don't know what the fuck you did this morning, what you ate for breakfast.
Well, if you did, you'd be a motherfucking mind reader. Now, wouldn't that be a fact?
I let you talk. Don't talk when I'm talking. So you know nothing about me.
And you don't know nothing about me.
Oh, Lord. Okay, so see, you want to go down, and I'm just going to help you have a conversation with him. Go ahead and drop him, because he doesn't want to have a conversation. He just wants to be...
Goodbye. Go ahead, keep projecting all you want, Lisa. It ain't gonna help solve the situation. Projecting on Donald Trump all night long.
Know you. So how's that projecting?
Yeah, I don't know you neither. I just record your room. You and Patty all day, every day. I record you, Lisa. You my number one star on YouTube, baby.
Politically correct where he copies is John Kitterman.
Exactly. I record. You are my content. I record the plantation.
Okay, I got you. Well, what a lot of time.
I don't know Kitover voice right now.
You got to moderate that lock down, Lisa, just so you know. We can't gun you.
I didn't know. I've never met him, and now that I know what he sounds like, then whatever.
Oh, he doesn't sound like that. That's a fake voice. It's like Point. It's like he puts that voice on that. He ran for office.
Like, boy, take Point's name out of your mouth, because Point is a goddamn model, and you're nothing, Amari. You're an ugly fat over the hill.
Oh, God.
Point is a supermodel, and you're all just a bunch of big dummies, big stupid dummies.
Hold on.
Yeah, that's right. I'm going to call Point and tell her to come in here. He's a gay white guy, but I'm going to tell her to come in here and tell her to stop. You better stop projecting, Lisa. Stop projecting.
Wait, Matt Cool, is John really Point? There's no way that's Point.
It's probably. I'm just like.
Is that Point? I didn't
For a long time.
Yeah, that could very well be Point. I agree.
Lisa, what the hell?
I can tell by the inflections.
So what happened?
What just happened?
I'll make her I don't know.
So, back to what we were talking about. I don't know these characters like you guys do. So, when I'm saying Omari, it doesn't matter if O'Donnell says it, and I think it's starting to hit home, because why would a whole another news station, like Debbie said, be talking about another anchor the way he delivers his broadcast? That is just digging and scraping the bottom. Trump is insane. Just plain and simple. And you said, oh, well. It's like, it's not an oh, well. It seems like to me the Republicans don't want to. You can have J.D. Vance. What's the problem? We're going to end up in a situation because he set up today and says, oh, my voice is like this because I've been hollering at Iranians all day. He's not even in the negotiations. No one is even talking to him. He's just a big fat liar. All he does is sit up and lie and mock people, mock the Pope. Who in their right mind starts a feud with the Pope? It's nothing the Pope can say to me that want me to clap back.
Lisa, he had over 20,000 lives in his first
35,000.
See, there you go. As many as the Iranians killed their.
Oh, here you go. I ain't gonna lie to that.
So I think with the Fox News thing, I think they're not really trying to like someone align strongly with Trump, but they're trying to use dual messaging, right? So they're like not argue against Trump, but they're trying to say they're just trying to stay aligned with the audience, right? No matter what happens, midterms or even after.
Well, Megan Kelly talked about it, saying you have to. You have to, vote. Not vote, but you have to cheerlead the president. So if it's a Republican president, you have no choice. Even if you disagree, it's part of the program. Especially the later, only people that don't really have to do that are someone like Brett Baer.
What I'm trying to say though is like the framing is going to slide, right? When they lose, it's going to slide to the localities, right? To where they're strong. So, you know, they're working on it right now. You have Youngkin back in the news. You have Youngkin out there going after Schamberger. You see her ratings going down. So we'll see. We'll see. Let the Democrats take control like they did in 2018. Get some bills passed. Try to impeach Trump for the third time. If you have anyone like Fetterman that's on there, you let one of those Fetterman types get in, then he's gonna not get removed. But it'll be good for Trump because he's going to be able to blame them. He's going to be able to, assign responsibility for everything on the Democrats and how hard it is for him to get anything passed.
I would say he did better on the Democrats. I would say Republicans. I would say from 2017 to 2018, there was no success in the first Trump administration. I would say besides, the Tax Cuts and Job Act, right? If you look at when they came in 2019 and 2020, they worked well together. They got the AMC, whatever that Canada bill passed, the Canada-Mexico bill. And, they even did some other things in regards to the COVID, getting people, help.
Trump's incompetency just started becoming very apparent,
You can't do anything when you have a Republican Party that won't vote for anything. Like, the Senate won't do anything. Like, they won't even pass the easiest bill to pass. They won't even pass a bill on ID, even though they ran on it. He can't get nothing done with Republicans.
Is it the Republican Senate? The Republican Party, or is it Trump that's crazy?
The Republican Party influence. I remember towards Trump's end, I remember this like it was yesterday, where Trump asked for $600 more for a COVID check before he left. $600 more. That's all he wanted. And Donald was like, nope, we're not giving $600 more. I was, damn, that's fucked up. You worried about $600, and so it was a damn shame. And you could tell they don't want to do it. No health care. Even though they don't want to, what's the guy from Louisiana? It's Pennsylvania, Louisiana, whatever the guy. He used to be a physician. He's a Republican. Saying, "Oh, we're gonna have this new healthcare." Where the fuck is that? They haven't had to come out with it. Watch, Democrats don't come in. They're gonna get a chance to get some of those people back on Obamacare, get the credits back, impeach Trump, and they're gonna say we're gonna chew gum and walk at the same time. Watch, Mark. This is on replay. Mark my words.
Well, explain this. What's happening with Leah Brandon? Bardo?
I'm not familiar with Lisa Leah Brandon?
Leah Bardo. Or Barden. The person that left. So Leah Barden, they left the Trump administration. They were the White House cabinet secretary. So, yeah, they're abandoning ship.
I didn't know isn't she like some like white lady, or she was like an advisor? Who was she under?
Yeah, she's white, I believe. She's white, but she departed. She just left. Yeah. She joined this private company that another good party started.
Look, people are gonna leave. That's like they did. He lost. Remember, they used to keep track of. Hey, Patty. Remember, they used to track all the people that used to leave. They had put X marks on their faces. It's going to be the same. So just it's like a bingo card. Just keep tracking it. Bingo card. I'll make you moderator. So, well, that's it. But no, O'Donnell was good. I mean, that was actually pretty good today. At least I gotta give him. He was actually on point today. Lisa might be talking on mute. You hear Lisa? Alright, well. Hey, Patty, what's up, Walt? Where were you in the audience, Walt? You. Okay, back in?
What you see? What you know?
So if Republicans are starting to turn on Trump, and I mean citizens of the United States, they are starting now to turn. Why aren't their representatives still taking? What are they afraid of?
I think that's one of the easiest answers. I think he still has enough supporters in their district that they don't want to alienate him. And like, why lose a vote? Why lose maybe like the deciding vote over going after him when you can just put it all on a Democrat's lap?
In other words, they keep power. Because why else would you want that job? If you can't do your job, if you're too afraid to do your job.
The alternative is this whole thing with citizens united and corporate money, like AIPAC and this corporate money. Because Mitch McConnell, after January 6th, on my mission, Mitch McConnell, somebody did, he came out and said this is all Donald Trump's fault. After they were traumatized, all Republicans, they talked about this is on Donald Trump. 1 week later, 2 weeks later, whatever. I think that it is. It's the corporate money that they appear to be bought or paid for. And I don't know. And none of us know that we're not there, like, getting a check. But they're contradicting themselves in a lot of cases. So I think power can be a thing, but I think these people are literally enriching themselves. Like they say, the Bible says a little money for all evil. I think that's what we're seeing right now.
Two masters in one, so that ain't gonna happen. So I'm with you on that, man. Donald Trump should see his way out of office in November. Folks, I certainly will vote if your life has been changed. If you're a Republican and you feel like your life is okay, then sit your ass down. But the people that are hurting, they will help Donald Trump see his way out of office, because this stuff is concerning for a lot of reasons. And I can't mention on here.
Anyone else got any opinion on why Republicans, as of today, haven't jumped on like the impeachment or?
I think they're all making money and they're going to enjoy it as long as they possibly can. It's not like they have like particular principles, but they are ruled by money, and also Trump is popular with a lot of their base, so win-win for them. I mean, what do they care about actually?
I think the thing is that Mother pointed out, I don't know if I'm Omar made it or whatever, but he started to lose his base. So like the numbers and we had the guy that was on that talked about he misses Uncle Joe. We played that video. Like a lot of people they're talking to, even this thing that was done with posting the image of him is Jesus. There are a lot of people that are starting to get turned off by Trump. They still want all the values he espoused. They want, to be tight. And they want all these things that he wanted, but they don't want him anymore. The fact that they're saying so Loctite, maybe because from a policy standpoint, but I think you're right, man. I think a lot of it is money. It looks like it's money. And you get people like even Margaret Taylor Greene that like made her exit. But I think Margaret Taylor Greene had a deal set up post, much like I think Jasmine Crockett had some. I think she was she was getting a pension. So Margaret Taylor Greene saying just hold on to her pension. And then because she's a Trump contrarian and the blue-hatted America First people, Nick Fuentes, maybe like the week before last week, he's like MAGA's dead, held the red hat. He's like now we're America First. I'm the blue hat, the same way the Margaret Taylor Greene is. So maybe she had some people behind her backing her and kind of getting her to start that movement. But I just say that they're staying lockstep with it. But it wasn't that they're enriching themselves. It's probably one of the reasons why.
Look at Michael talking about red hat, blue hat. I'm so proud of you.
So I got a theory, right, that the only way, not the only way, but one of the ways that the Republicans will back impeaching Trump is if they project that these midterms will lose them so much ground that the donor networks will then realize that their money isn't going to get used and the pressure to go for it.
See, the only thing I think of is I think they're making a killing. When you look at like the stock, like they talk about the stock market, these days under, like have come under Trump's presidency with all the tariff and all the market manipulation that's going on. I think that they're making a lot of money, like these things with these detention facilities, these ICE detention facilities that we talked about tonight. I don't know the Fulton County Commissioner, but somebody from Fulton County talked about they want to take prisoners from Fulton County jail here in the Miami area, and they want to move. We have an overcrowded jail. They want to move these prisoners to some of these private facilities. I think in Texas, there's one here in Georgia, and there was another state that she mentioned. So these pay-for-play type of prison situations. Also, some of the people, if you look at the same, I think Patty might have brought that up wrong, but they bought these facilities for like $36 million. In one case, they, you know, it's just like $136 million. So I'm just saying, it's just, I think to your point, when this is over, I think they're trying to like grab some money and sort of run. I just think they're trying to enrich themselves as much as they can. And I don't think there's really any care for anything after this. If they do anything to share, I just think that they just want to get the money, you know, get all they can money.
I just get money out of it. I mean, I understand that they make money. There may be deals or bills that they enrich them. For me, I think a lot of politicians is about power. I think that overrides the money aspect.
In another city council
meeting,
Governor Gil-Villegas lost the override voters.
It's not their base
effort to become city council's next zoning committee chairman.
Or the Libertarian, or some of the Democrats that said that I'm going like MAGA. There's not a reason their base is there. There's nothing out there that talks about the movement of base. Most of the people that left are not freaking. MJT is not really MAGA. Freaking Rand Paul is not MAGA at all. Candace Owens is a fucking grifter. Once a Democrat, now became a Republican, now she's MAGA. Like, these people are not MAGA is about populism.
I'm just going to say this. He put a lot of disparate groups in to get this election done. You know, last time when Kamala might have actually won, when you look at like voter irregularities in some of these like swing states and counties, they might have done, but it wasn't like Reagan who calls. Like he didn't blow the man, blow it's not saying that to say that when you start to talk about some of the you just mentioned, so Candace Owens being the she has followers, Nick Fuentes, Murray Taylor Green, the people that he's losing, Alex Jones, these people do have a following that voted for him, and they were part of the MAGA umbrella. A MAGA is a bunch of them MAGA through the rhinos.
The base is not leaving for a Candace Owens.
How big is the base?
The base is 35% of their voting bloc. There's nothing, so we've been talking about this for a while too in the room. There's nothing out there that says his actual base is leaving. They're the ones that make the excuses. Nobody's leaving because people are leaving because did you see those? You enjoyed it. You see those interviews in her district? His base hasn't gone nowhere.
I agree with the fact that the base, you're never going to lose the base. But what I'm saying is that to win the election in the way they won after the 34 felony counts, after the stuff that we heard them on the phone with Reds, talking about these 1,270 votes, all the things we heard to pull all those people together, people saying, oh, how's the nose and vote for Trump? Those people walk with the base is the base is the base. It's always going to be. That's what makes them, you know, a base. So
right,
agree that they're not going anywhere.
There's nothing out there that says he's losing it. Now, as far as the American people, the problem with them, why they vote one way and vote another, it's always going to be about emotions, how they feel the economy is going, not actually knowing how the economy is going, not understanding why interest rates jump up, they don't understand basic economy, they don't understand civics, and because they don't understand none of this, when their eggs go up to $8,
if I can't sell the house for the amount that's paid for, then my wife will get taxed for it for sure. We need a bigger house for a third kid.
Exercise, I'm not gonna exercise. I'm not gonna. What I'm saying is, like, the problem with the normal voters, the independents, these Democrats that went the other way, is the fact that they don't understand civics. Number one. Number two, they don't understand the economy. They don't understand. They don't understand why my interest rates went up to 10%. You know why? Because there's a whole bunch of jobs. There's a lot of goddamn money out there. So the way the feds try to keep you from spending so goddamn, from seeing so much money out on the economy, is to raise the interest rates. They don't see that. They don't understand that. They didn't understand that their eggs went up to $8 because there was an issue with the birds. Nobody, or the chickens. Nobody paid attention to that. This shit. And Obama made it clear when he came to Atlanta, he said it. He tried to explain to the people. I know it doesn't feel like we have a great economy, but we have a great economy. When your fucking gas was high, you know why your gas was high? People were going back to work. Fucking the war in Ukraine. Like, they don't understand. Period, point blank. And that's just the independents, and that's the Democrats that claim they were Democrats or voted for Obama. Those people that switched over for that. His base, they're not going nowhere. And that's who these Republicans in red states have to deal with. The base. Those towns have to deal with the base.
Right. But you're saying that with soybean, like farmers, so part of his base was Rust Belt female farmers. When he did these tariffs, he talked about like the farmer suicides when soybean farmers or whatever got hit. I'm saying the cattle that got sent down, the business got sent down. A lot of the people that were in his base, I'm saying that some of these people are feeling the hurt, to your point about them being experienced learners, because they can't be told something. And we like had this whole thing where like the reading level in this country is like below a 5th grade or below a 6th grade level. So I'm saying we're an ignorant country overall. The literacy rate, what I'm saying, all that. I'm just saying that he's losing people. The main thing I'm talking about is him losing power.
Yeah, but even with those farmers, let's take their first go around. So the same soybean farmers were on TV crying about they goddamn soybean the first administration. They came right back and voted again. You know why? Because that's the case.
So Patty, someone can't come back and they committed suicide. So no, they didn't do that, but this doesn't happen.
He watched. Yeah, what he?
Boy.
Oh yeah.
Tu English, mommy.
3 years too late.
life path within a radius of 2 miles of that place, and I live in 62nd.
Our guest tonight, State Senator Harold Washington, 54 years old, born in Chicago. Our guest tonight, State Senator.
Sue anyone.
I lost the endorsement of the Chicago Tribune because I wouldn't say the 2020 election was a done topic.
Illinois Republican candidate for governor Darren Bailey recently moved into an apartment in Chicago. His campaign spokesman confirms to ABC 7.
He lives in Chicago now.
Illinois Republican candidate.
He didn't even show up to the Cook County GOP committee election tonight. More tits. Bailey for Illinois, impressive Republican leadership. Check. Gonna lose big.
Illinois Republican candidate.
When I ran for mayor, I said I was going to tax the rich. When I ran for any.
Are you looking? A takeover is illegal in any circumstances, especially when you are talking about large swaths of the downtown area. A public street cannot be taken over without a permit, which these do not exist. And when you are. Have you guys ever seen the Persian top dance? Let me show you. To be Jewish is not just to endure, it is to rise.
The policies like the net.
We're building portals from which we're genuinely summoning aliens, and Sam has added one in your Middle East. During the Biden administration, Sam, the founder of OpenAI, we're building Bruce actually quite well.
Excuse me, sir. What are you doing? Trying to roll the cops on you? Okay, that's it. I'll be back.
Brother, that's me getting the cops sicked on me in Lakewood, New Jersey with you.
Supply.
This is the last interview given by Lyndon Baines Johnson, 36th President of the United States. It was held 10 days before his death at the LBJ Ranch in Texas. The subject was one dear to Mr. Johnson, the towering achievement of his administration, the struggle for civil rights. A lot of people say if you hadn't had all this civil rights legislation, we never had this problem. We had wars, we had great love if we hadn't had said on that 99K. Point number 4, the president had come to the LBJ Library of the University of Texas in Austin to greet civil rights leaders, black and white, from all over the country. The library held a symposium to mark the opening of the president's civil rights papers. Of the 31 million Johnson papers housed here, 1 million deal with civil rights. This is the last interview.
Obviously, this is the famous young man that everyone talks about in your office. And I guess what is fascinating to me is when you look at the scale, is how small Israel seems by comparison to the Middle East.
How small it is. I mean, the Middle East starts here. It's right there on the edge of the wall. That's Morocco. This is Tunisia. This is Libya, which is about 100 times the size of Israel. Egypt, about 40 times the size of Israel. It's the Sinai Desert. Saudi Arabia, God knows how many times. Iraq, Syria, Iran. Want to see Israel? Here's Israel. My finger covers it with the West Bank. Everything. So it's a tiny country. Tiny, surrounded, well, shall we say, living in a very tough neighborhood. Now, if you're small, it's not necessarily a problem. Luxembourg doesn't have a security problem.
Can I ask you a stupid question?
But if Luxembourg was surrounded by the kind of neighborhood we're surrounded by, well,
Can I ask
that's another matter.
Can I ask what may sound a stupid question? Do you ever wish Israel wasn't there? I wish it had just been stuck near Luxembourg. I would have liked all these in everybody.
Well, it might make our life easier, but it wouldn't materially make the difference. You could stick Belgium in it, and the same thing would happen because the people want us out. They don't want any Western presence here in this one. Increasingly, they don't want any Western presence here either.
Obviously, this in the early 1970s, books started to use phrases like follow your dreams, telling kids, go deeply into debt.
Hi, big family. My name is Dr.
Every device. Woke up this morning in Springfield and looked at the news, and what do you know? Donald Trump once again is ready.
Does your mouth not move? Does your mouth not move because you lie all the time?
Obviously, this. Okay. You make a lot of money, do you? I make no. I paid enough for health insurance. I know I can pay it up now. Really? Yeah, it's interesting. You need a lawyer. I mean, what? You need a lawyer or an agent? I'm doing this because I love it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Henry. exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. Facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents and pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat body. When the military coup crashes his balls, then he will understand. But not before that. That's the tragedy of the situation of the organization. So basically, America is stuck in the organization. And unless, even if you start right now, this minute, you start educating to a generation of women, it will still take you 15 to 20 years to turn the tide of ideological perception of reality back to normalcy and patriotism. Exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. Facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat body. When the military coup crashes his balls, then he will understand. But not before that. That's the tragedy of the situation of the organization. So basically, America is stuck in the organization. And unless, even if you start right now, this minute, you start educating to a generation of women, it will still take you 15 to 20 years to turn the tide of ideological perception of reality back to normalcy and patriotism. Exposure to true information does not. I looked in your cup to see if you. It's crazy because they do such a bad job at their job. We've probably had like 20 chairs in the last 20 years. So it happens pretty often. It's almost like parliamentary style. But tonight's the night. It's always in writing for whatever reason. I looked in your. Exposure to. Exposure.
unhinged.